marketing brand manager, she will think, how can I help my medical rep? Or what are my doctor's actual requirements? Or how can I help my brand's revenue or profit to grow? I'm not saying that regular activities or KPIs are not important. That is, I'm not saying. I'm not meaning, what I'm trying to mean that how am I thinking as a brand manager, that is very, very important. The way you think or you set your mind, that matters, because that shapes and that guides the decision you take in favor of your brand every single day. Exceptional brand managers, from my life experience, what I have learned, what I have seen, that exceptional brand managers always focus on the requirement of the doctors, on the requirement of the customers, or solving the problems of the medical reps. They listen to the stories of the patients, and ultimately they help business grow. They help their brands to grow. Long back, I was watching a video in this regard, and how will you think about a pharma brand manager while having a conversation with a brand manager? Now, exceptional, as I am repeatedly mentioning, that the good or exceptional brand managers, they always talk about their doctor stories. They always portray the patient stories. They talk about the behavioral pattern of chemists. Like in Bangladesh, it is a branded generic market. We focus on the brands, doctors prescribing brands, and that those brands are being sold in the chemist shops. So that's why the exceptional brand managers, they also think about the thinking habits, behavioral patterns of the chemists as well. They do understand the smell of sweat of every single medical rep. They know who their customers are and what are they actually trying to achieve. So in summary, what I'm trying to say and share to the young leaders of Bangladesh pharma industry, that don't be so busy with your day-to-day works. That is my only message to you today. Don't be engaged with your Excel files only. Then you will forget about focusing on your doctor segments. You'll forget about the goals and objectives that you are trying to achieve with your brands. And ultimately, you will miss your company mission, or we all will miss our company objectives and mission. So next time, as most of the young pharma professionals from Bangladesh are here, আমি বাংলাই বলছি, next time কখনো আপনাদের সাথে যদি আমার দেখা হওয়ার সুযোগ হয়, I love to hear the stories of your doctors, the stories of your customers, and the stories of your brands. That is the only message. Before I conclude, I want to share a single slide with all of you. Please allow me to open my slide. Razia, my slide? Can you
yes, it's visible.
So my last message to all of you, that I have been serving in this industry for more than 2 decades. I started my career as a product executive. So here in this slide, that in this pharma industry, the center of attraction or attention is the doctor. And a doctor, he or she prescribes a brand. And who is always remaining very, very close to the doctors? It is the brand manager or the brand executive, who always remains very close to the doctor, very close to the customer, who ultimately prescribes the brand. And I'm not trying to show any arrogance, please don't get me wrong. What I'm trying to say is that we, the professionals who are at this moment serving in a different role, in a more leadership role, so the CEOs or the directors or the executive directors or the head of marketings or the CMOs, they are far, far, far away from the doctors. It is the brand managers who are very, very close to the doctors. So the decisions should not be top down. It is not that we will always, give the decision. Ultimately, if I can come out of the office, if I can, coming out of my regular activities or my regular KPIs, if I can really understand the needs or the requirements of my customers, my doctors, if I can really understand the sufferings and the feelings of my patients, my chemists, my medical rep, I'll be able to portray the real stories. I'll be able to build a successful brand. So my last slide to all of you is that, which I always say, even in my office as well. I hope my slide is visible, right?
Yes, it is.
So I always say that whosoever today is pursuing career in the pharma industry, please keep focus on your brand and trying to focus at least establishing one single brand. Your little initiatives can shake things up. Put your hearts on knowing your customers, knowing your patients, knowing your medical reps. Put your hearts on portraying the stories of your brand. This is how ultimately you'll be able to establish a power brand, at least establish one single powerful brand in your career, so that when you'll be end up with your career, you'll be able to, when you will reminisce your career, your pharma career, you'll be able to share with your children or with your grandchildren that, look, this is how I have established, or I established one single brand. This is my brand which I have established. This is how I changed the world. So this was my message to all of you today. Once again, I'm seeking your apologies for being very brief today. Thank you once again, PharmaState Academy. Thank you, Vivek sir, for allowing me to share a few words with all the upcoming leaders of Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry. In fact, I was also briefly joining the World Pharma Brand Managers Summit. I also had the privilege of hearing and listening many professionals from Indian pharma industry and learned a lot during the last 2, 3, 4 days. So I hope to continue this learning through PharmaState Academy. And with this note, I want to conclude. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Sami, you can just say yes. Thank you so much, sir, for setting the stage with your inspiring words. And despite with your personal emergency, you're here. And thank you so much for this. Me, Vivek, sir, whole team at PharmaState Academy are more than welcome for that.
Thank you, Shazia. Thank you.
Your dedication to supporting the well-being of people through your innovative solutions in pharma industry is truly commendable, and so are the words here today. Thank you. Though it was brief, but it was really commendable. Thank you so much. And with that, guys, I think we have got a very good raise here and with a very good start. Next, I want everyone to welcome our dynamic professional, currently serving as the director at Aristo Pharma Limited, Mr. 𝗪𝗓𝗂 Hassan, with the track record that reflects both leadership and technical prowess. 𝗪𝗓𝗂 Hassan brings a wealth of knowledge to the table. His journey from research roles to leadership position in the pharmaceutical giant speaks volumes about his dedication and capability in the pharmaceutical industry. Please welcome Mr. 𝗪𝗓𝗂 Hassan. Thank you, sir, for joining in.
Thank you, Ms. Shazia. Let me share the screen first, if that's all right.
Yes. Stage is all yours now.
Thank you. 1 second. Can you see?
Yes, it's pretty visible. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, esteemed participants and distinguished colleagues. I'm deeply privileged to be a part of this delightful program arranged by the PharmaState Academy and honored to convey keynote address to all the admired individuals in attendance. Before we set our sights on the future, it is essential to acknowledge the remarkable achievements that have paved the way for the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry's success. Over the years, this industry has demonstrated resilience, adaptability, and a commitment to excellence. A key strength of the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry lies in its prowess in generic drug manufacturing. The industry has not merely kept pace with international standards, but has often set benchmarks for quality and affordability. By producing high-quality generic medicines at competitive prices, Bangladesh has not only addressed the healthcare needs of its citizens, but has also become a reliable supplier of pharmaceuticals to markets worldwide. About 97% of Bangladesh's domestic market is met with local pharmaceutical production, with only 3% that is imported. Moreover, the implementation of stringent quality control measures and compliance with international regulatory standards has been pivotal in establishing the credibility of Bangladesh pharmaceutical products on the global stage. The industry's commitment to adhering to GMP practices has not only facilitated export opportunities, but has also strengthened its position as the reliable partner for international collaborations. The Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry has embraced technological advancements, deploying state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities and digital solutions. This modernization has not only enhanced operational efficiency, but has also positioned the industry to respond swiftly to the evolving demands of the global market. The industry's adaptability and proactive approach to the integral digital technologies have played a crucial role in its sustained growth. Bangladesh is not only one of the 47 LDC countries that have achieved self-sufficiency in the medicine sector, but it also exports medicines to other countries around the world. Being the country's largest white-collar employer, the pharmaceutical sector's market valuation grew to $2.98 billion in 2023, with a growth rate of 5.5%, as shown on the slides. Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry diversifies export market across the globe, with health products reaching 131 countries in the Asia-Pacific region, Europe, America, Australia, and Africa. The industry also seeks to explore opportunities with Gulf countries, and recently, the Bangladesh Association of Pharmaceutical Industries, also known as 𝗕𝗵𝗿, signed a memorandum of understanding with Oman-based 𝗕𝗵𝗿, under which the two bodies agreed to further enhance cooperation, including in knowledge sharing and trade of pharmaceuticals. Now, if we focus on the graduation of Bangladesh from LDC, in accordance with the resolution passed by the United Nations General Assembly in November of 2021, Bangladesh is scheduled to transition out of the category of the least developed countries on November 24, 2026. The achievement of sustainable graduation from the category of least developed countries will depend on Bangladesh's aptitude to capitalize on the emerging global prospects amid the rapidly shifting and developing geoeconomic landscape and its competence to tackle the predicaments arising from the graduation. What will happen at the post-LDC stage and its impact on pharmaceuticals has been discussed everywhere. It is anticipated that prices of medicines will be extensively increased and marginalized people in the country will be the sufferers. The LDC Pharmaceutical Intellectual Property Waiver until 2023, approved by the WTO TRIPS Council, may not be also applicable after the graduation in 2026. Measures and initiatives to prepare for the loss of the TRIPS waiver have been taken and has started immediately. At the same time, negotiations with the WTO for extending the TRIPS transition period relating to pharmaceuticals can be continued, even if the country graduates from the LDC status. The global generic drugs market is valued at $412 billion in the year 2022, and is expected to reach a value of more than $600 billion by the year 2030. Bangladesh is producing both pure generics and branded generics, mostly exporting pure generics, so there is a need to have strategic choices about whether to opt for pure generics or branded ones. In terms of skilled human resources and cost, Bangladesh has the ability to compete and will have enough data to file application to become a first-time generic manufacturer of various patented molecules as soon as their patent expires in various developed countries. Global integration and post-LDC market opportunities are one of the serious concerns for the sector, not only to increase exports, but also to meet the huge domestic needs. Among the LDCs, there is not a single country with such a huge capacity for manufacturing medicines. As with India and China, Bangladesh needs to grow with pure generics, branded generics, and API. Both China and India have huge local markets, which are $220 billion for China and $40 billion for India. India and China may not be enough to meet the huge global demand. Bangladesh can be added as a significant player, hence-wise. API Park at the 𝗪𝗶𝗄 in Munshiganj is the hub of about 27 API industries. However, only a few of them are in operation. The Bangladesh Association of Pharmaceutical Ingredients has a big role to play here and needs to work closely with the Ministry of Industries. Now, if we can see the implications of the pharmaceutical industry of Bangladesh post-LDC, there are quite a few, as mentioned on the slides here. For example, graduating from the group of least developed countries often signifies economic development and economic progress. A more robust economy can contribute to increased healthcare spending, potentially leading to greater demand for pharmaceutical products. Graduation may provide Bangladesh with better access to international financing and investment opportunities. This could facilitate the expansion and modernization of the pharmaceutical industry, allowing companies to invest in research and development, technology, and infrastructure. Intellectual property and innovation, as you can see, as mentioned in the slides, this includes there might be a heightened focus on intellectual property protection that would encourage pharmaceutical companies to invest more in research and innovation without concerns about intellectual property challenges. Economic progress might also lead to improvements in regulatory frameworks within the country. Enhanced regulatory standards could improve the quality and safety of the pharmaceutical products, potentially making them more competitive in international markets. As a more developed economy, the pharmaceutical industry in Bangladesh may become more globally competitive. It could attract partnerships and collaborations with international pharmaceuticals companies, leading to technology transfers and knowledge exchange. And lastly, economic growth could allow for diversification in the types of pharmaceutical products manufactured. This might include a shift towards the production of more complex and higher margin drugs, such as biologics or specialty medicines. Now, if we focus on the opportunities of the pharma industry post-LDC, the graduation may coincide with increased healthcare spending by the government and private sector. This could result in higher demand for a broader range of pharmaceutical products. A more robust economy could facilitate increased pharmaceutical exports from Bangladesh, and hence there would be export expansion. The industry might explore new markets and attract foreign investments in the future. Pharmaceutical companies may have the financial means to invest in expanding manufacturing capacities, adopting advanced technologies, and complying with international quality standards, hence leading to the expansion of their capacities. With improved economic conditions, there may be opportunities for increased investments in research and development, and hence lead to the development of innovative drugs and technologies. And eventually, graduation can open up to avenues for partnerships with international pharmaceutical companies, research institutions, and organizations that are more focused on partnerships. This collaboration might foster knowledge transfer and joint ventures that would eventually lead to a more advanced pharma sector. Now, if we look at the future outlook for the pharma industry of Bangladesh, as we transition our focus to the future, the prospects of the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry are both promising and transformative. The industry is poised for a new era characterized by innovation, diversification, and a deeper integration into the global healthcare landscape. Let us explore some of the key areas that will shape the future trajectory of the dynamic sector, as you can see on the slides. For example, biotechnology and specialty pharmaceuticals. And in this point, one of the most significant shifts in the pharmaceutical landscape is the increasing emphasis on biotechnology and specialty pharmaceuticals. Bangladesh is well positioned to capitalize on this trend by leveraging its existing capabilities and investing in cutting-edge research and development. The production of biologics and biosimilars presents a substantial growth opportunity for the industry. As the global demand for biopharmaceuticals continue to rise, Bangladesh can emerge as a hub to produce these advanced therapies by specializing in development and manufacturing of medications for conditions such as rare diseases or specific patient populations. Bangladesh can carve out a unique and valuable niche in the global pharmaceutical market. Now, if we go to the second point, which is personalized medicine, the advent of personalized medicine marks a paradigm shift in healthcare, moving away from a one-size-fits-all approach to a more tailored and individual treatment model. Advances in genomics, molecular biology, and data analytics are paving the way for treatments that consider individual genetic variations, lifestyle factors, and specific disease characteristics. Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry has an opportunity to be at the forefront of personalized medicine by investing in genetic research, diagnostic capabilities, and targeted therapy development. Collaborations with genetic research institutions and the integration of data-driven technologies can propel industry into the era of precision medicine. This approach not only enhances treatment efficacy, but also reduces adverse effects, marking a significant step towards more patient-centric healthcare. Apart from that, in an increasingly interconnected world, collaborations is a key to unlocking the new possibilities. The Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry has already made strides in forming collaborations with international pharmaceutical companies, research institutions, and regulatory bodies. Ventures and strategic alliances can expedite the introduction of novel therapies to the market, ensuring that Bangladesh remains at the forefront of medical innovation. Moreover, partnerships with regulatory agencies can streamline compliance processes, enhance the industry's ability to meet international standards seamlessly. In terms of regulatory compliance and harmonization, as the global pharmaceutical landscape evolves, regulatory compliance becomes increasingly complex as well. Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry must continue its commitment to adhering to international standards and fostering regulatory harmonization. Stricter adherence to good manufacturing practices, alignment with global regulatory framework, and proactive engagement with regulatory agencies will be critical in the future for sustaining and expanding international market access. The industry's focus on regulatory excellence not only ensures the safety and efficacy of pharmaceutical products, but also instills confidence in global partners and consumers. And the last point, which is the sustainable and responsible practices. This is no longer an option, but a necessity for industries worldwide, including pharmaceuticals. This industry can explore eco-friendly manufacturing technologies, invest in renewable energy resources, and implement waste reduction strategies. Additionally, CSR initiatives can go beyond philanthropy, encompassing efforts to enhance healthcare access, support education, and contribute to community development. By adopting a holistic approach to sustainability and responsibility, the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry can build a legacy of positive impact. Now, if we look at the steps for Bangladesh to evolve into a major global market player in pharmaceuticals in the future, becoming a major global market player in the global pharmaceutical industry requires a strategic and comprehensive approach as well. There are some steps that Bangladesh must consider to evolve into a major global market player in pharmaceuticals. As this session is about brand development across different segments is key in its evolvement and in its development to become a market player in the future. Brands serve as a means to communicate the value proposition of pharmaceutical products. This includes conveying the benefits, efficacy, and safety of medications to both healthcare professionals and end users. Thus, brand development is crucial for the pharmaceutical industry in Bangladesh across different segments. Effective branding goes beyond creating a recognizable logo or a catchy slogan. It encompasses building a strong reputation, establishing trust, and differentiating products and companies in a competitive global market. Strong brands create a sense of reliability and credibility among healthcare professionals, patients, and regulatory authorities. A well-established brand enhances the competitiveness of Bangladeshi pharmaceutical products in the global market, and it will help companies stand out and compete effectively against international players. And if we see the other points that are also included on the slides, apart from brands, a few of them includes the investment in research and development, where allocating resources and funding for research and development activities is essential to innovate and develop new pharmaceutical products. Apart from that, we have to also encourage collaboration between the government, academia, and private pharmaceutical companies to foster a culture of innovation. Technological upgradation is also a key role that plays for the pharmaceutical market to grow. Investment in advanced technologies and manufacturing processes to enhance efficiency, reduce costs, and improve the quality of pharmaceutical products. And we have to embrace digital technologies for data management, supply chain optimization, and regulatory compliance. We have to also strengthen our intellectual property laws to protect innovations and encourage pharmaceutical companies to invest in R&D without fear of intellectual property infringements. Promote a legal environment that supports fair competition and protects the rights of innovators. Apart from that, Bangladesh has to also explore and enter a new international markets by identifying and understanding the regulatory requirements and market dynamics of different regions. Formulate market-specific strategies to address the unique needs and preference of diverse global markets. Bangladesh also needs to invest in education and training programs to develop a skilled workforce with expertise in pharmaceutical research, manufacturing, regulatory affairs, and quality control. Attracting and retaining talent by offering competitive salaries, benefits, and professional development opportunities are key for human capital development. Upgrade and expand manufacturing facilities and infrastructure to meet the growing demands of the global pharmaceutical market is another key role for infrastructure development. Improving logistics and supply chain efficiency to ensure timely and reliable delivery of pharmaceutical products will lead to the growing of the sector more smoothly. Apart from that, implementing policies that support the growth of the pharmaceutical industry, including tax incentives, subsidies, and streamlined regulatory processes, needs to be more closely monitored and implemented. And Bangladesh needs to create and conduct a business environment that encourages investments and entrepreneurship in the pharmaceutical sector. Apart from that, the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry needs to stay informed about global market trends, emerging technologies, and changing regulatory landscapes. Be adaptable and responsive to market demands, adjusting strategies and products portfolios accordingly. It's important to also note that these steps require a coordinated effort from the government, private sector, and other stakeholders. Additionally, success may take time, and continuous adaptation to evolving global dynamics is crucial. So, in conclusion, the future prospects of the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry are both exhilarating and full of promise. As we envision the industry's evolution, it is clear that Bangladesh has the potential not only to keep pace with global trends, but also to lead in several key areas. From biotechnology and specialty pharmaceuticals to personalized medicine, international collaborations, regulatory compliance, and sustainable practices, the industry is poised for a transformative journey. As stakeholders, policymakers, and industry leaders, our collective responsibility is to ensure that the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry continues to thrive, innovate, and contribute to the global pursuit of better healthcare. By fostering an environment that encourages research, embraces technological advancement, and values sustainability, we can lay the foundation for a future where Bangladesh is synonymous with excellence in pharmaceuticals. Let us embark on a journey together with a shared vision of a future where the Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry not only meets the healthcare needs of its population, but also stands as a beacon of innovation, compassion, and global leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadman sir. Such informative presentation. We have got the reviews from the participants as well. Thank you so much. Your words have and the presentation have filled the energy of the audience. Really, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, over to you, Marita.
Thank you, Shazia. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, our next speaker is a seasoned professional with 23 years of experience in leading pharmas, including Roche, Novartis, Sanofi, and many more. He is none other than our very own 𝗪𝗿 Sajib sir, who is currently serving as Chief Marketing Officer at Renata Limited. He has been internationally awarded Philippines 2008 and Thailand 2006 for marketing excellence. He is also an adjunct faculty, keynote speaker on marketing, management, leadership, career counseling, and motivational enhancement at reputed universities and digital media. Not just this, 𝗪𝗿 sir is a freelance writer and passionate contributor to music as lyricist for country-leading musicians. Please join me in welcoming 𝗪𝗿 sir. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I'm sure, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you're
Yes,
audible.
sir.
Thank you very much, 𝗪𝗏, for your kind words, and thanks to Mr. Sadman and Mr. Mujahid for their valuable speech. I think that is quite entertaining and quite informative for the audience. The first being from Dr. Mujahid, and I really pray for his mother, and who is passing through a challenging time, but still he managed to join this program. Really appreciate, and he touched upon a couple of points on the brand management that was quite valuable for the young leaders, I would say. And also thanks to Mr. Sadman, who portrayed the Bangladesh pharma market current and future aspects. So coincidentally, my talk will not be the repetitions, will be in different, focusing on the brand. That will be kind of connecting to Dr. Mujahid's talk a bit, and I will share a couple of slides and go through it. This I basically captured based on my learning of last two decades. So let me just share the slides first, and I think then Shazia, let me know that when my screen is visible.
It's visible. Yeah, it's almost, yes, visible. Yeah.
I think it's now full screen. Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Can
we have a full screen of that, 𝗪𝗿 sir, if possible? Yeah, now it's perfect.
I think it's full screen now. Yeah. So before going to the presentations, the topic of the presentations I put like this: unveiling success formula. So it's not exactly a success formula. I would say it's an insight sharing. The last 2 decades, what I learned and what I observed the professionals contributing to the success of the pharma industry. Rather, I would say how a brand is built, how the successful brands are built in the pharma market in Bangladesh. So this is before going that, I would like to share that I joined this fantastic organization, Renata, just a couple of months back, 6 months back. As you know about Renata, is one of the leading and reputed pharma in the country, currently in a verse of going significantly global. We are celebrating our 30-year journey this year from Renata. It has been a journey of 50 years together, if I just count the Pfizer journey in Bangladesh. But last 30 years, what Renata did, Renata really evolved a lot. And currently we have 67 bioequivalent products. We got accreditations from US FDA, UK MHRA, Australia, and many other global accreditations. And we are investing a lot on the quality leadership that we can really serve across the globe. Because be it Aristopharma, be it Renata, be it SKF, be it Square, Beximco, this is one thing we are really united together, that representing Bangladesh to the globe. As Mr. Sadman mentioned, and also Dr. Mujahid mentioned, that these days Bangladesh is really doing a great job in pharma sectors, not only serving 98 or 99% of the domestic requirements, they are in a position of supplying products across the globe. And this supply is not confined to South Asia only these days. Now it is beyond South Asia. Now it is in Europe. Now it's in the US market, Latin America, and across all geographies. And you know that the people who are connected here, Bangladesh, India, and other countries, that for that, these companies are really pursuing a lot on building the quality leaderships. So that is a fantastic era, I would say, that I really observed last 23 years, how working for global big organizations and local leading organizations, how the pharma market in Bangladesh evolved a lot. So why I put this line, that unveiling success formula, couple of points that could be repetitions for many of you that I want to highlight, as Dr. Muzahid also touched upon a couple of points, that how a brand is really built. Before going to that, say just a quick share. I can skip that because this is already shared by Marita. So if you look at the Bangladesh pharma market, just one slide on Bangladesh pharma market, if you look at that, this is a market of it's a highly crowded market already. So it is 30,000 crore local currency, Bangladesh currency market. And we have more than around 200 players, 200 pharma companies are operating. And also, I would say that 8,000 brands. So it's a huge market and huge competitions going across. If you look at, and I would like to share one thing, that that India market, which is far larger than Bangladesh market, and you had it, I would say that 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗄𝗧, 𝗕𝗃𝗲, and many other people who have been the organizers of this program, you have the clear visibility of Bangladesh market. You have been working a long time in Bangladesh pharma market on developing, on training, on mentorship programs in this country as well. So, so from that knowledge, you know that in Bangladesh and India, almost the similar dynamics going on. So never-ending promotional activities and business offer is going on. There are growing share of voice every day. There are first time in Bangladesh launches by every companies on regular basis. And also these days, you might observe that even the global players are not in a positions to stay here in Bangladesh. So if you look at last 5 years, look at Sanofi, look at Organon, look at and other pharma companies, they're in the positions to have a strategic partnership of the local companies so that they can also continue their product portfolio in the country. So in these competitions, if we really look on that unveiling success formula, I am just focusing on the brand manager perspectives, marketing perspectives. In this competitive landscape, I recall in my pharmacy department, we have 55 people from Dhaka University. And in those time, also more than 300, 400, 500 pharmacists, another 400, 500 doctors, and other professionals enter every year in pharmaceutical market as a professional. So not everyone when entered in the pharmaceutical job can succeed. Like every brand cannot succeed. A company launches 10, 12, 13, 15 brands a year, but particularly 1 or 2 brands become very successful in the pharma market. That is the kind of discussions in everyone's discussions point that this brand is damn successful. Some brands are very mediocre, and some brands didn't see have never had the opportunity to see the light of success. So what makes the difference for a pharmaceutical marketeer to put a brand to see the light of success? So to my best of knowledge, in last 2 decades, I found that marketing innovation. So that important point of Dr. Muzahid that I also believe in, that moving from KPI-driven marketing to ownership-driven marketing. So marketing innovation, many of us believe, and many of us really think that pharmaceutical marketing is a personal selling, is quite stringent, regulated. Yes, it is regulated, it is stringent, it is quite more of personal selling, but innovation has unlimited boundaries. So innovation is the name of the game. And if you look at the promotional campaign, in the literature gift or product formulations, even the brand name, packaging, in every aspect, a brand manager can bring innovations. And that creates success factors in the pharma market. So as 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗄𝗧 sir mentioned in one of his speech, as Dr. Muzahid mentioned, that don't be bogged down with the Excel data. So as a brand managers, many of the juniors are here who are really doing exciting roles in the pharma market in Bangladesh. I know many of them are really contributing a lot in the pharma market success these days. So I see the brand managers in my company, my earlier organizations, and also in the competitive segments. The brand which is sparking, it is because of one of the key contributions from the brand managers. That person is different. That person, he or she, is thinking different beyond the KPIs. So marketing innovation, and one thing I believe from the beginning of my career, when I was a brand manager, so I started my career as a product executive from Roche, and spent my long time in Novartis Sandoz days, that you as a brand manager, basically you are the CEO of your brand. So I talk to my team in Renata, we have a large team of marketing. I said them, I am the chief marketing officer, but you are the chief executive officer of your brand. Just imagine the Renata's brand, Max Pro, which is the second largest brand in the Bangladesh pharma market. So those people who contributed to the success of this brand, I'm not talking about only Renata's brand. Look at healthcare, look at Square, 𝗏𝗃𝗀, Incepta, SKF, Aristopharma, 𝗏𝗃𝗃. Novo Nordisk has a brand. My earlier organization, say the global company, is a brand in Mixed. If you see the last IQVIA report, it's the 10th brand in the pharma market. The 10th brand is made by only 100 reps in the marketplace. Only 100 reps. So it's possible. It's possible. Based on the brand dimensions, it requires a strategic thought process that how to capture the market share. So a brand manager should ideally think as a chief executive officer that what could be the revenue, what could be the investment plan, what could be the customer segmentations. And for that matter, I will put that slide later on. The customer centricity is the major thing that I will end up with that slide. So if I really move on, this era, I mean that when we started our journey 2 decades back, I would say it was really difficult to think about the digital innovation and transformations. But these days, I would say last more than 10 years or 10 to 12 years, in Bangladesh pharma market as well, if you look at the Salesforce deployment systems, Salesforce monitoring and the reporting systems, and also there are good steps are going across the market in the promotional dimension. If you look at the QR code driven, the electronic, different innovations are there. That has 2-3 benefits. What are the benefits? One benefit is that you reduce the load of the papers. This is useless at the end of the day. And if you can a really good survey with top 1,000 doctors in the country, they will eventually tell this is a waste of resources and it's really, really annoying. But we are still giving the papers and papers. So really need to think that how we can really innovate something great. That a doctor, a potential doctor, a customer, or a chemist can have a brand reminder or brand affiliations in a very unique way, innovative way, that can have a long-lasting impact on the brand retention in the customer's mind. So that's the innovation. It doesn't require significant investment. It requires a brainstorming. It requires a passion for the brand manager to really look at the need of the brand and customize some innovation across digital era. So I see that we need to get out of typical promotional approach and offering the efficiencies, I would say. It's the offering the efficiencies. It's not the wastage of papers only. It's a huge amount of, it's a load in the total ecosystem that we are putting the papers every day. So these days is electronic, this is paperless. So think of that how the innovation, and there are fantastic things you can bring in the doctor chambers, in the mobile, in other formats. The doctors will get captured the attention of your brand, of your rep. Just imagine in Bangladesh or India, a doctor is visited by 20, 25, 30, 40 reps a day. The person who can really break the monotonous time of the doctor, who can really offer some innovations in doctor chambers. So this is one of the key areas, the digital innovation and transformations. These days is medical marketing. There is no call the marketing one, it's the medical marketing excellence. So that brand building, I saw different brand building across my career span. I started my career with one of the fantastic brands in Bangladesh pharma market that many of you are listening to are aware of. I started my career with Rivotril in Roche 23 years back. Just imagine, 𝗪𝗏𝗪 was no brand at that time. Now it is the 11th largest brand in Bangladesh pharma market. So I saw the growing this brand significantly, and now it is one of the top 10 brands in the Bangladesh pharma market. I saw many brands that really get momentum is driven by the scientific information. So this is very important, that wow, the medical content leverage the marketing. So medical marketing excellence could be many things like the quality leaderships, technological excellence, international accreditations, business landmark, patient-centric statement, many of the things captured in a promotional process. This medical marketing excellence is the need of the time. So if you look at the typical, say, indication-wise promotion, doctor will not listen to it. How many times you go in the doctor chambers and promote that indications? So you need to bring some stuff, say medical marketing excellence. And one of the important things that I feel that I put consciously this slide, that the company who are successful, the brand who is successful, it is the best in collaboration with the sales and marketing. That is the biggest. You know that I spent my first 10 years in marketing role. I was head of marketing in Sandoz for 5 years. Before that, I worked as the brand manager another 7 years. But from that time, starting from Sanofi time, I led sales and marketing both. And then I started learning that looking at a different perspective, because sales and marketing, they are the essential contributor of the success, but they have a different perspectives. So if you look at from the sales, the marketing perspectives, and if you look at marketing from sales perspectives, that are different. And the brand that gets success, that get significant success, only when that marketing team and that the brand managers, brand owner, create synergy between the sales team. It depends on that. So it's very tricky. It cannot be visible. It cannot be visible like marketing innovation, a very good literature, very good content, a great innovation in digital area, very much visible to the top management and the customers level. But sales marketing collaboration is not visible. It's a perception. It's a perception, it's a feel. And that is not so easy, I can tell you. That requires significant going to the market. Many times we have to customer centricity. Customer centricity starts from your meeting your first customer, that's your sales team. So when you go to field, so it's not that you meet your doctors and chemists. Before that, it's important that how you meet your customers. So customer centricity, this is a precursor that how sales marketing collaborations takes place. If you see this diagram, it's arbitrary diagrams. It's one is sales, one is marketing. The dream teams comes in the overlapping, and these overlapping can squeeze and can go. It can be 95%, 100% overlapping. That's the goal. That's the objective. That's the objective of looking into sales marketing. If you are the brand managers, if you want to see yourself as a group product managers, marketing manager, head of marketing, director of marketing, chief marketing officer, or whatever the designations, doesn't matter. But you really have that confidence from your sales team. I mean, the confidence curve, the feedback. If you are really be with the sales team, you are a person who gets regular feedback. And you know that getting feedback from your sales team is the best way to drive your brand. This is the best thing for the brand building. I see brand managers who receives 20, 30 calls a day. I see brand manager who receive literally no call a day. How it happens? It happens. Sorry.
Everyone, please keep on mute. We will be having a Q&A session later. Yeah, please, Tanveer sir.
Yeah. So this is a fantastic point that everyone in marketing, if is a brand manager sessions, that your primary customer is your sales team. And one thing I learned in my career, when I was in Novartis, I was listening to one of the CEOs' speech, and he said, for a pharma company, 2 persons are most important. 2 persons. Guess who are the 2 persons? Number 1 is a scientist who invent the product, or for a company like us who are the product development people, who brings the innovative products in the marketplace. And number 2 is not ranking by 2, equally important is the medical reps, because they are the revenue generator. So as a brand manager, you have that respect that my success is solely dependent on my reps who are putting their efforts far better than me. Then you are successful because you are in that stage at that point in time. I'm sorry, I'm not sure that whether my talk is making any sense to all of you. I'm talking a bit casually, and I'm just sharing my thoughts.
And we are personally taking all the notes, Tanveer sir. So please.
And at least to me, it's making a lot of sense, sir. It's making a lot of sense to me.
Thank you very much, sir. Sales marketing collaborations. Sales marketing. Hey, here is Shams. I know. I saw Shams. I can give an example of Shams. I saw Shams in Nuvista Pharma. I was the head of marketing over there. So he was one of the person I saw that he was experimenting this promotional approach in the marketplace. Sometimes it was seems quite risky, but it is really paying off, that innovation. So coming to this point, that dream team is the ultimate, and you know that who has the major role of making a dream team? Marketing people. Because you need to go one step ahead. You need to go there. You need to meet them. You need to talk to them. You need to support them in the sales team, and you become successful. Making a brand is just like this. If you have the best level of communications with your sales teams and making them convinced on your brand attributes and promotional approaches. So this is important. Customer centricity. This is the most important thing. If you ask me that if Vivek sir tell me that you have 2 minutes time, Tanvir, to talk about one thing for your 23-year summary, I would say customer centricity. So nobody has the luxury to avoid customers. Day one of this year, I started with meeting one of the top KOLs of the country. I went to the field on the January 1st, not to the office to cut a cake. That days is gone. Days are gone. So going to the customers, meeting top 5 customers on the day 1, and then going to office for some work, that makes a lot of sense for my business. So customer centricity. And if you go to customer, after 10 years or 20 years of what a successful brand, you get certain insight that after 20 years of the successful journey, you change the brand landscape with certain feedback. So customer centricity is the name of the game, but getting a feedback is not enough. Implementing on the feedback and working on the feedback is equally important. I'm not going to the matrices. This will take some time, but you see the one matrix, the bottom right, if I say the customer success virtuous cycle. So if you start if you see that, why do we start? If you start with the product and you offer some value, even the product has nothing to say. You need to offer certain value to customers. What it does and offer to your patients or your customer. Then customer outcomes will take place. And then stickiness. Customer outcomes may not be long lasting if your offering is not value-adding. So stickiness is important. And then at one point, high loyalty built because of the quality outcome of the product and the information flow you are offering. And this is how the high loyalty is finally making a big brand. So last one, I would say that last slide, this is one of my favorite, and I would say not last 23 years. This I basically learned in last 1 decade, last 12 years, I would say, starting from Sanofi time and Novartis time, and also these days in Renata time. I see that this is one of the learning of marketing team. As again, the one component, as Dr. Muzahid say about Vivek sir, that you as a brand manager, you should not be buried with the Excel data. So the point is connecting the dots. You see the lot of data. If you see in this screen of computer monitor, you see a lot of data also. So connecting the dot is the name of the game. So you have millions of data. Just have a look. Many of you are aware. If you see this data, the first see the knowledge. That when you see many data, that's basically the knowledge base. But if you really build on your experience, you can convert this data to some meaningful structures, like the second one. But just imagine, if you have the knowledge and experience, and you are really innovative, creative, you can build very meaningful structures with the same data. So what is important here? So you have the Excel sheets, and you have the 10, 20 Excel sheets by your data analytics providing to you. But important is, as a brand manager, what are the 3-4 data you take? And then this is not enough. Connecting the dot is not enough. It is important that interpretations, what does it mean? Then you decide, decision-making process. But that is one part of the story. Now it is the most important how you communicate to your sales teams and making it implemented. So if I summarize this slide, connecting the dot is the name of the game. but it's not enough that you pick the right data and connect the dots. And you based on that, you decide something, you implement something, and make sure your team is also implementing in the marketplace. So that was kind of some steps I wanted to share. If I just summarize just 4 points, I talked about the importance for the brand manager starting with the marketing innovations and acting as a CEO. That is very important, meaning that taking the full ownership and complete responsibility of your brand as a parent, investment plan, business plan, customer plan, everything as a CEO. And then digital innovation and transformation is equally important these days. Then sales marketing collaborations is very, very important. Connecting the dots, meaning the data sanity, making a decisions on the data and implementing is equally important. Last but not the least, the previous slide is the most important, the customer centricity. And your customer, starting with your sales team, and then the doctor's chemist. So your primary customer, your sales team, if they buy in your concept, your 50% work is done. So I will not extend further. As Marita mentioned, that I had a significant passions on working on this. I have some publications of books planned these or coming years. So there are some online steps. If you search with my name, you will get it. These are some patented items. Like this is one example. I put it in alphabetically, that A, B, C, D to 𝗪𝐴. What does it mean? The attitude, aptitude, believe and behave, compliance and consistency, discipline and determinations bring you to execution excellence. You can have details in the YouTube versions that is available online. I have one more formula that is also patented, that is the summary of this, that everything starts with P, the product, process, plan, people, the probability of peak or poor performance. It all depends on one catalyst. It's like a scientific reactions. That is passion. So your passion defines everything. You might have the best product in your company. You might have the stringent process and the best plan in hand. You have the most innovative and most powerful and dynamic people in your team. But as a brand manager, if you are missing passion, then the probability of performance, it going down from peak to poor, or vice versa. You can convert your poor performance to peak performance. If this catalyst, it's like a reactions. If you see the scientific, the hydrogen plus oxygen is formulating water, you need some catalyst. So catalyst is passion. So your passions is basically everything. So I always believe in this quote in my career journey of Zig Ziglar. So your attitude, not your aptitude, determine your altitude. So your mindset, your passion is the key for the brand success. Sky is the limit. There is nothing called impossible in pharma market. Within that process, within that company policy, in Renata or any other pharmaceuticals company, they have a stringent process, policy, and directions. Within that, you can really, really invent. You can really be successful. And this is you who can make the difference. I think I have taken a lot time. And I think that I should stop right now here. And thank you very much. Especially, I take the opportunity at the end of my sessions to thank Vivek sir, Swati, Shadia, and all the people related to PharmaState and all the people related to World Pharma Brand Managers Week Organizing Committee for organizing such fantastic sessions for several days, and particularly one day for Bangladesh. That means a lot to all of us. And I should not forget to thank all the people who have taken out your time on the Friday to connect to these sessions. I really, really appreciate all the participants and all the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It means a lot for us too. And with that, I think you have woke some energies in the speaker level and with the audience as well, because we have two raised hands, Shams and Vivek, sir. Vivek, sir, please.
Tanvir sir, you spoke scintillating. I mean, I love the session tremendously. And one point of yours which really impressed me was customer centricity, apart from the collaboration between marketing and sales. Now, coming to customer centricity, I remember way back, I had read an article. This article was written way back in 1960 or so in the Harvard Business Review called Marketing Myopia, by 𝗕𝗿. 𝗕𝗿 asks in that article, do you know who is our customer? And when 𝗪𝗿 sir was speaking about customer centricity, my question to all the pharma people, whether in Bangladesh, whether it's India, do you know who is your customer? Do you know who is your customer? And everybody says it's the doctor. Undoubtedly, doctors are very important customers, but who pays for the drug? Who pays for the drug? The patients. The patient pays for the drugs. And so far, no one, even in India, have really acknowledged patients as our customers. Patients are as important as doctors, our customers in the coming years, when biopharmaceuticals, biosimilars are going to rule the market. And I predict by 2038 or so, biopharmaceuticals, both in India and in Bangladesh, they will dominate around 70% of the market. And then when people will realize what is the importance of patients, when it comes to precision medicine, when it comes to personalized medicine, that becomes even more important. So 𝗪𝗿 sir, he touched on a very, very important topic, which is very dear to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And Shams, please.
Sir, I can ask you anytime at office, but still, because it's relevant now. But I think we were talking in a group, and we were really fascinated by the slide where you showed connecting the dots. That was outstanding. So when we are, as an international business, working in this global segment, when we are trying to connect dots in local market, and when we are connecting dots in the global aspect, what are the things you will suggest us to consider, which is different from the local market?
I think that that is a must. So differences. It exactly the context. Meaning, if you work in a global market, the same theory is applicable, isn't it? Say, for example, if you work in a business expansion in Sri Lanka market, you need to be the best person in terms of the knowledge and gathering all the information about Sri Lanka market, about pharmaceutical operations over there, about the competitive landscape. And you all put all the data in front of you, and then you pick the right dot to be connected. If you go for the US market, that's a different requirements. And I mean, that theoretically is the very same, meaning the connecting the right dots. And before that, you need to collect all the data and information required for that business and expansions or entry. For example, in certain market, we are not even operating. Many Bangladeshi pharmaceuticals are nowadays expanding their horizons to European markets. So not every market we are operating in. And even in the Europe, because of this that you are operating in Norway market, it is not obvious that you can enter in the Sweden market. It could be perceived the same, similar market, but not exactly the same. So knowing that requirement is important, visiting that market is important, talking to the right person is important, and going through studying that business entry requirement is equally important. And then you have a brainstorming with your experts that how we can make the choices and how we can make the business over there. So remains same. The theory remains same. It's all about connecting the dots, because there are a lot of data.
Yes.
What 3-4 important information you need for that to take place? That's important.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Shams. And with that, though time is constrained over here, but still we have one question, 𝗪𝗿 sir. Someone from the audience, 𝗪𝗶 Kumar, HLL Life Care Limited, have asked this question: what are the probable areas of conflicts between sales and marketing, and what are you suggest as a proactive measures?
You know that the probable area of conflict, say, in Bangladesh, India, is a kind of similar market. That status, there is always a confusion between sales marketing professional, between the hierarchy. I just make it open. That's always perception that he is in a higher position, I am in a lower position, or he was in a lower position, higher position. So it depends on your personality. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? If I go to the market, if I see a senior PSO, I take the opportunity to greet him first before he takes the opportunity to greet me. What is the benefit over there? Then I get a better access in his mind. So the one portion could be that that perceptions of hierarchy, lowerarchy, that could be one perception that is not openly discussed, but that could be in the mind of sales team, that a person could be consciously dealing with that, with some good approaches, good communications. This is one. Number two, that you see the marketing people have the brand leadership decisions, then? And he is in a position, there is a call that the product managers, without leading a team, can lead a team. There is a person, the product manager, the best example, without a team, how he's in leadership position or she is in a leadership positions, product manager. So that is very tricky. So when someone is not reporting to you, but first of all, I really appreciate, this is a fantastic questions, that when salespeople, be it a first line manager, a medical reps, when they are not reporting to a brand managers, but brand manager is in a position to make sure the implementation of this strategy is right there in the marketplace. So it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Then your approach, let me tell you the best solution to that. You need to be in the field. Talking to them over Zoom will not work. Will not work. You can talk because one person, he cannot go to whole India or whole Bangladesh market in 6 months time or 1 year time. So you need to find out that as an example, that is your major market or some, remote market, you can sample that you decide this is a very new strategy we are going to implement. So let me also move around some cities to work with them. Then they feel that we should listen to this guy or lady or person. He or she is fantastic. Not only the unique idea, she has that understanding to connect with us. She feels that passion. So I mean that going there, talking to them, talking to their languages is important. And sometimes, one of the another point you mentioned, that what is the probable area of conflicts, there is some resource support. I mean that sometimes sales marketing is always looking at, I'm not getting proper support for the business. Marketing people is saying that I'm not getting return out of the investment I'm making here. So this is also a tricky area. So that is also a judgmental call you need to really deal with very cautiously, that how you make a balance between the resource allocations and return on investment. So it's not so cut method that I give 10, you give 10 is not going that way. You need to also assess that development pattern. If you invest heavily on certain market, you need to look at that how the business progresses over there. Before that, you need to also look at how the people over there looking it seriously and taking some measures. Based on that, you should also support them. So I think there is no clear-cut mechanism and matrix to say that how the conflict can be minimized. It depends more, it goes more responsibility to brand managers. I always believe that you have a major role to minimize the conflict. I would not say make it zero, cannot be zero at any point in time. Minimize the conflict with your approaches, with your communications, with your presence, being with them at customers front together. All these activities will minimize the conflict.
Thank you, Tanvi. So this brings a wealth of knowledge to everyone here. And Marita, yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Your journey through various leading pharmaceutical companies and international accolades truly brings a wealth of knowledge to our event. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation.
Thank you very much. My pleasure. Really
And with that, as much as I'm overwhelmed with the dignitaries enlightening us with all the insights on Bangladesh pharma industry and brand management, would like to know from our audience on the same. Samir, can we have the poll, please? Looking ahead, which aspect of pharmaceutical marketing do you think will undergo the most transformation in the next decade? What do you think? Be it India, be it Bangladesh, what is your choice on that? Digital marketing and e-commerce, patient-centric approaches, personalized medicine, global collaborations. Uh, Tanveer sir, Sadman sir, and Dr. Mujahidul have put a very good perspective on the industry in India as well as in Bangladesh. So, what is your opinion on that? And I still see that not everyone has participated. Guys, please participate, please. And I see 63% of votes to patient-centric approaches. I think Tanveer sir, Vivek sir, and every one of the speakers will be agreeing to the part that yes, the aspect of patient-centric approaches will undergo the most transformation in the next decade. And we can end the poll here. Sameer. Okay, it's 63%. Thank you all of you for the votes. And over to you, Mehta. We can now formally start with our brand chat sessions.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce our first speaker for the session. With over a decade of profound expertise in pharmaceutical marketing and sales, Ms. 𝗤𝗵𝗿, former marketing and sales manager at Sandoz, a Novartis division. She is committed to ethical practices evident through 2 consecutive years as the ethics, risk, and compliance champion, showcases not only her dedication, but also her leadership qualities. Please join me in welcoming Ms. 𝗤𝗵𝗿. The stage
Thank
is
you.
all yours.
Thank you, Marita, and thank you, Shazia. So it's been a very insightful session. I'm just sharing my screen. I can't share my screen, Shazia, because it shows that host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, you can share it now. You have given the rights. And also, guys, since the brand session has been started, we all want all the audience to participate. We will be taking on the questions after the presentation. So you can type in your questions in the chat box till then.
So, hi everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I'm 𝗤𝗵𝗿, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in the brand chat. Before starting my presentation, I would like to divulge into concept of the 3 terms: biologics, biosimilars, and biocopies. Biologics contain substances that have been created by using living organisms, and they are mostly the innovative products. And biosimilar are similar to the biologics, and according to US FDA, it is also manufactured in the living organisms, but they are highly similar with similar type of quality, efficiency, and safety like the biologics. And there are biocopies who have the clinical equivalency, but the quality criteria is not expected to meet the regulatory requirements. So, having pondering upon these scientific jargons, let's start the presentation, because the presentation is going to be a roller coaster ride. So, this presentation is divided into 3 segments: A, B, and C. A is for the analyze part. And just like our previous speakers were saying, Tanveer sir and Vivek sir, that life is all about connecting the dots. So I would try to connect the dots of the analyze part to the build part, that is stands for B. And after that, my most favorite thing is the connect part, where we will see the strategies to connect to the customers. So let's get started to the presentation. Firstly, as we can see, there is the executive summary, and this executive summary is nothing but the summary of the whole presentation. So I would love to come to these slides after the presentation ends, but I'm not just pondering on this. Let's start with the main presentation, that is A for analyze. So in this analyze part, let's have a look what adalimumab is indicated for, and what is the incidence and the prevalence of the disease that we are going to support the treatment on. So adalimumab is a biosimilar, also a biologic brand. We know the popular brand 𝗕𝗵𝗂 by 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗶, and there are so many biosimilar brands and also biocopies brands, which is also present in Bangladesh. So having said that, we can have a look at the incidence and that you are going to support the treatment on. So
I request everyone to keep on mute, please. Yeah, please, Tanu.
Yeah, thank you. So the incidence and the prevalence are here. Not to have those data jargon so much, I would just like to say the prevalence of rheumatoid arthritis is increasing in Asia and in Bangladesh day by day. So the three indication we are going to focus upon is rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, that is AS, and psoriatic arthritis. But mostly we would focus on rheumatoid arthritis. So let's have a look what is the patient journey that Vivek sir was talking upon. So in the current world, we are focusing more on the patient perspective as a customers, so that we can have a look, and according to Tanvir sir, we would like to connect the dots from this patient journey. For example, there is a patient named Kashin who is suffering from joint pain, stiffness, and swelling. So when he suffers from these symptoms, he can go to his nearest GPs or rheumatologist, medicine specialist, orthologist, or physical medicine specialist. So after going to the particular doctor, they perform the physical examination, and after having some more physical examination, we can see that they are diagnosed with RA, that is rheumatoid arthritis. These rheumatoid arthritis are initially treated with DMARDs. So what is DMARD? DMARD is disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drug. This disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drug, or DMARDs, are two types. One is the type that is the oral medication, and the second type is the biologics that I was saying beforehand. So these C-DMARDs, or the chemical DMARDs, are mainly methotrexate that the prescribers mainly prescribe, while one patient is prescribed with rheumatoid arthritis. So Kashim starts with methotrexate. So after he starts methotrexate, he goes for the follow-up to the prescriber, and now the prescriber checks whether the RA is stabilized or not. If it is stabilized, it's okay, because he says that, okay, you come 1 or 2 weeks later or 1 month later, and I will monitor your progress of disease and I will have some follow-up. But even after taking the methotrexate, if the RA is still active, the prescriber says, okay, let's add some treatment. And after that, he adds the treatment and tries to switch to another kind of DMARD, that is sulfasalazine or sometimes hydroxychloroquine. But even after that, Kashim is still suffering a lot, and Kashim is suffering from joint pain, stiffness till date, and he is just overwhelmed with pain. So he goes to his rheumatologist again, and he says, well, doctor, it's not working. It's not working at all. So what should I do? So the doctor suggests, okay, we should convert to biologic DMARDs. That is the TNF-alpha or Janus kinase inhibitor or IL-6 inhibitor. There are so many options for biologics for DMARDs. But even after that, you can't guarantee that Kashim is fully being treated and RA can be still active. So the journey of RA gives us the notion that it is all about permutation and combination. One treatment might not be enough so to treat the disease as a whole. One drug can very much be efficacious to one patient, but the other patient would not respond to it. So the doctor has to go through various phases of treatment. Having said that, by connecting the dots, that means what we can decipher from this patient journey. Patient journey says us that if we treat any kind of patient when the early prognosis of the disease happens, that would be much more efficacious. And there are lots and lots of studies behind it. So early initiation of biologic treatment is a must. And secondly, while choosing those biologics, the awareness about the biosimilar or increasing the concept of the biosimilar is a very good, can be a good promotional approach to be pondered upon. So two things we can focus on while devising our promotional strategy. One is focusing on the early initiation of the biologic treatment, and the second one is building up the biosimilar concept. So let's have a look at the patient flow. I am not giving one by one or all the data. I just want to focus on one thing, that is 90% patient who takes the B-DMARDs, who needs B-DMARDs but is taking C-DMARDs are unmanaged, because for the biologics it's much more costly than the C-DMARDs, and there is affordability issue, lack of awareness as well. And as per comments from HCPs and according to our market research, it has been seen that 5% patients who are in moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis obviously needs biologic treatment. So having said that, let's have a look at the HCP segmentation, which is very, very important while formulating our brand plan. So in the HCP segmentation, in the market research, we have seen that there could be some kind of confusion about it, but mostly the medicine specialist, orthopedics, and rheumatologists are the one who treats this kind of disease, that is rheumatoid arthritis. And 4 questions have been asked in this slide. As you can see, what are the unmet needs of the HCPs? How well do we serve the needs? How will the competitors serve the needs, and what are our opportunities? So having said that, we can see from the patient journey that the unmet needs is the early initiation of the biologic treatment and awareness of the biosimilar concept or the using of the biosimilar during this initiation of the biologic treatment. So the unmet need is obviously the better treatment of his or her patient. And how well do we serve the needs? We have so many options available because we are offering the biosimilar instead of the biocopies in a very affordable price, which has similar type of quality, efficacy, and safety like biologics. And most of our competitors, especially in Bangladesh context, have the biocopy brand, although they works very well, but we have much more to offer. And our opportunity is huge because there is a very untapped market or unmet need that we can address. So after that, let's have a look at the market landscape. So I'm giving it in a standard million USD value. I think we all know that USD is the standard value here. So I'm just, instead of BDT, I'm just using the USD value. So as we can see, the total market is mostly governed by DMARD, that is C-DMARD, but the biologics are also taking a significant share, and it's increasing day by day after 2019, because so many biocopy adalimumab or the biologic adalimumab, as they claim, are coming to the market, and they are actually growing a lot, and physicians or the rheumatologists especially are choosing these kind of drugs more and more so in the upcoming days. So let's have a look at the indication wise market. As we can see, market from all indication, here secukinumab rules the market, because secukinumab is such a fantastic drug. It is most mainly offered by Novartis, and it gives more coverage in the psoriatic arthritis mainly. But for the specific indication, that is rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, and psoriatic arthritis as a whole, we can see that adalimumab rules the market, and adalimumab is reigning the market in the biologic segment. So the market landscape also shows the opportunities and the growth of the market, and we can actually play in this market very effectively. So let's have a look at the competitor mapping. there are, I have taken only two major competitors, that is Incepta and Healthcare. And we can see that they have so many CMEs and scientific engagement with the SCPs, because always science prevails while devising a promotional approach. And while offering my biosimilar brand, which is not in Bangladesh, by the way, I am giving the biosimilar product in similar kind of price to the existing brand, that is existing 𝗪𝗶𝗶 brand. So obviously the physician need to be aware that there is some biosimilar which is being offered with the same price like the 𝗪𝗶𝗶 is, and this biosimilar offers a similar type of efficacy like Humira or the reference adalimumab, which is a huge feat itself. So I have a huge advantage in this case, and based on this, I'm going to devise my promotional strategy. So let's have a look at the B part. We have completed the A part, that is the analyze part, and now we are going to connect the dot in the B part, that is the build part. So here we will see the 4 questions answered. Who is our brand for? What does our brand do? What does our brand replace? Why should I use it? So I'm answering the questions backwards so that we can have a very nice summary of the 4 questions. I should use it because it is a high quality and affordable medicine. And my brand would replace the existing adalimumabs in the market because there are no biosimilar present in the adalimumab market. And I would also like to replace the conventional DMARD that have been prescribed by the physicians already, because it's a huge market, as we have seen in the analyzed part, that it is taking the major share in the market till date. And what does our brand do? Obviously offers the proven efficacy and safety which matches to the reference adalimumab, and increases the quality of life, which is backed up by lots and lots of evidence. And our brand is for obviously all those physicians and all those patients who are suffering from rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, and psoriatic arthritis. There are so many indications here, but we are not focusing on all indication, because we are not going to succeed in all indication by focusing on all of these. We are going to focus in 1 or 2 so that our brand is in a stronger segment, and we will increase our segmentation afterwards. So let's have a look what is our brand theme here. Our brand theme is evidence builds confidence. So evidence builds confidence. Why I have chosen this brand theme is, I think that when there is evidence, when there is a logic behind a positioning, it immediately clicks in the market. First, the internal colleagues, our field force, and our internal stakeholders should believe that the brand works. Afterwards, if they believe what they are selling, they can convince the SCPs that, well, we have all those evidence which gives us confidence. So let's see whether it gives you confidence or not. So our brand theme is evidence builds confidence. We have lots and lots of evidence to back up the treatment option. So let's have a look at the strategic imperatives based on the previous patient journey and analysis we have. And there are 3 strategic imperatives that I have worked on. That is, 1, obviously, establishing adalimumab as a choice of anti-TNF brand among SCPs, create a new prescriber pool, and increase patient treatment adherence, which is the most important part, I think, because patient treatment adherence definitely depends on the efficacy of the product, how well the product is going on, and how feasible it is for him or her to take. And obviously the affordability issue is a huge thing for us. So this 3rd strategic imperative is very important for us as well. So these 3 strategic imperative I have, but I am going to mainly focus on the first one because we have limited amount of time. So here is the first strategic imperative. So let's have a look. What is the current behavior of our customers, or the not the end customers, our customers like SCPs who are prescribing the brands. So SCPs are preferring biologics. Obviously, they are shifting to the biologics, which gives us the opportunity to place our brand very effectively. but and all the biocopies are taking the advantage of it. So the barrier is that the absence of biosimilar brand in Bangladesh market and less awareness about the biosimilar concept. And our target is to increase the future attitude or improve the attitude so that they can prescribe adalimumab as a biosimilar adalimumab, so that their patients are more happy and they can lead a more quality of life. So improve quality of life. And the future behavior, we want that the ACPs will prescribe adalimumab or the biosimilar adalimumab as first-line biologic treatment for moderate to severe patients. So here comes the brand message house. This is very interesting and it's very close to my heart because I was very amazed when I saw this brand message house for the first time. This is totally built upon the point of difference that I have to offer compared to other brands that is already in the market. So as you can see, there is three kind of SCP segmentation, and mostly they are the rheumatologists, but there is also medicine specialist and the orthopedicians, because many people also go to them with rheumatological issue. So here we see that three key messages are given, but the main thing is the main brand theme of us was evidence builds confidence. So we have to back up this key message with our evidence, right? And after launching this product, I haven't given the launching plan yet, but after launching this product or giving all those evidences, we want to ponder upon or increase our territory by giving some supporting messages that we can see here, and that could be also supported by evidence, by some evidences, so that the ACPs could get confidence on our brand and also have a notion of what biosimilar is. So let's have a look now what are we going to offer during our launch, which is the most interesting part in the whole presentation. There are so many data and so many jargons here, but let's have a look what we are offering in the Connect part. So this Connect part is divided in three segments, that is pre-launch, launch, and post-launch. So in the pre-launch plan, there should be, as I was already saying, the internal people should believe in the brand first. So there should be an internal pre-launch plan and there should be an external pre-launch plan. So I really love the hustle and bustle during the launch of the brand. I have launched so many brands in my whole life. So and many of them were really successful. So I really love this. Here we can see, please join us to celebrate the launch of biosimilar adalimumab, and it would be in the office canteen building. I don't know which office, but obviously the canteen building. And we would celebrate the launch with a photo booth and giveaways, and there would be a digital timer that tick, 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 tick. Obviously, this brand is going to launch and this baby is going to launch, and we are going to take care of this baby and making this baby big. And the core of the branding is our field force, and we need to involve them because they need to believe in it first. So there would be a field force training, and they would be involved in every other way during the pre-launch plan. So for the external ones, we need to obviously inform our stakeholders about that this brand is coming, right? So discussion on biosimilar adalimumab and its implication on RA patients. This I have done in a whimsical manner, but I think there would be a much more scientific approach, that is the medical marketing approach that Tanvir sir was saying upon. So it would be more informative. So as you can see, I have chosen the venue as Radisson Blu, Dhaka, and there would be 20 KOL present from nationwide, one international speaker, which would be really good because it would be broadcast nationwide, and many would be presented there via virtually, and there would be a teaser card where they would get the notion that our biosimilar adalimumab is coming. So
Hi, sorry to disrupt, Tanya. Just because we have a time constraints, can we fasten up the slides and the information? Although we know that we really wanted to hear all of it, me along with the audience and the speaker, but will it be possible to compile it in few minutes?
yeah,
I'm so
okay,
sorry.
okay, yeah. No, thank you, Satya. So there is the launch plan here we can see, and there is the functional activities and post-launching plan. I just want to share that obviously in any kind of chronic care diseases there should be some PSP program, that is patient support program, because our whole world rotates around patients, and the territory mapping should be revisited after launching a certain point of time, and we should calculate the ROI because that is the major part of any kind of marketing plan. So our performance ambition is given here, that is year by year. I am not going into the specifics because we have time limit. And here the MRP, that is the according to the whether we are at par with our competitors or not. And the ANP is also given here. I'm not going to the specific either again. So that is it from here. So obviously I have taken so much time, but I think I'm in the time limit. Thank you.
No. We really know that how informative and how important all of the information is, and it's very important when it comes to the brand of the company and brand image of the Bangladesh pharma industry as well. With that, we have one question regarding the NSAIDs. We really wanted to know the status of NSAIDs for the prescription in Bangladesh. What is the status? Because this is a question by Dr. Jitendra Kumar Sharma.
Thank you, sir. The NSAID segment is highly ruling in this market. Especially if we take the IQVIA data, we can see that the NSAID are among the first 10 generics here, and it is one of the greatest OTC product that is being purchased by the patients here. So NSAID is ruling the market along with the PPIs in Bangladesh.
Great. I hope that answers. Apart from this, any other questions from Vivek sir and any other speakers in the audience? Any other questions from Tanya, please? Vivek sir, any questions, or we can
only add one sentence here. I first met Tanya way back in 2015, exactly 9 years back. It was in February 2015. And I'm awed by the kind of professional progress she has shown in this 9 years. My God, tremendous.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you for being my mentor for all these years. I think you are the one who motivated me for all these years, and for my career growth, it has been a very important part, and I am really grateful for that.
Thank you. Okay, Shazia.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we hold on for our next speaker. Our next speaker has a remarkable 22 years of experience in pharmaceutical industry, focusing on marketing, management, training, and manpower development. Mr. 𝗪𝗓𝗶𝗄𝗏, currently serving as a General Manager, Learning and Development at 𝗪𝗵𝗿 Pharmaceuticals Limited. He is an embodiment of excellence. Please welcome Mr. 𝗪𝗓𝗶𝗄𝗏 sir here. The presentation is centered around the topic, the branding of an antibiotic in a jam-packed segment. Welcoming you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, Vivek sir.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. So at first, I like to express my sincere gratitude to 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗻𝗁 sir and at the same time the PharmaState Academy for inviting me in this auspicious session. So today, my topic is the launching plan and strategy of an antibiotic in the crowded market. And I like to show the plan and strategy of currently booming generic right at this moment in Bangladesh, 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗻𝗁 plus clavulanic acid. And I can remember I launched the plain 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗻𝗁 in 2003. I started my career on 1st April 2002 and launched the first generic 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗻𝗁 on 1st April 2003, exactly after 1 year starting off my career. And that happened 21 years back. That time the market size was 15 crore BDT. Today, the combination or the plain generic I'll talk about has the market size of 1,000 crore taka. let me share the presentation. Sorry. So I have given a fictitious name of this combination. It is 𝗪𝗃𝗃. And this is 𝗪𝗹𝗴𝗃, working as General Manager, 𝗪𝗵𝗿𝗄𝗃 Pharmaceuticals Limited. So the brand name is 𝗪𝗃𝗃. The generic is 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗄𝗃 and 𝗪𝗵𝗔𝗍𝗔 acid. The therapeutic class is antibiotic, and the subtherapeutic class is oral cephalosporin. Let me see the market scenario in a short time. I guarantee I'll not take much time. The whole anti-infective market in Bangladesh is about 4,500 crore. And I have put it in the crore because with the people present here, we understand the crore. So generic position in bid is 04. It is the fourth highest generic combination or molecule in Bangladesh right at this moment. And generic market size is 800 crore. I mean, the combination is having 800 crore market, but if we count the plain 𝗕𝗵𝗿 also, in total, the market size is 1,000 crore, where the Bangladesh total market is 30,000 crore taka. That means this single generic is consuming almost 3.33% share in total Bangladesh pharma market. And in anti-infective market, it is enjoying 18% share, and the market growth is 27%. And I'm launching this brand as 15th brand in Bangladesh, which is not true actually, but assuming that I'm the 15th brand, then how would be my marketing strategies and plan? That is the point. So my business objective is to be in the top 3 by next 3 years. And I'm considering that I have 2,000 reps in my company, because in top 15 companies right at this moment in Bangladesh, everybody has almost 2,000, around 2,000 or more than 2,000 medical reps. And my first target in 2024 is 35 crore BDT, and next year 75 crore, and the third year is 110 crore. So I've calculated that if I can achieve this amount, then I would be in the top 3. So there are 3 presentations of 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗄𝗃 plus clavulanic acid, and I have counted the average price with that calculation: 35 boxes per month this year per rep, and 75 boxes next year, and 110 box next year would be good enough to be in the top 3 by 2026. Though these 35 boxes or 75 boxes seems small figure, but it's not that easy in this crowded market. And now I like to go for patient funneling. One very important speech I can recall from Dr. Mujahid's presentation is he told the brand manager must know 3 persons, I mean 3 segments. First is who is my patient, who is my customer, and who is my medical reps. I mean, he must know patient, customer, and medical reps. These 3 are most important, in fact, segmentations in pharmaceutical marketing, I also believe. So, and so my patient funneling, here I have counted that we have 16.9 million people, and gender 84, male 84%, and female 85%. So finally, I have got through patient funneling that 1.3 million people are my patient for this generic. This is an interesting picture. I have gone through some studies. It reveals that first company, a first competitor of this generic, they are getting highest prescription from GPs, which is amazing. Now we have seen that in Bangladesh, actually 40% prescriptions are given by GP. So we cannot omit this. GPs are basically MBBS doctors, they are graduate doctors, and then NGP, non-graduate general practitioners, then medicine specialists, ENT, and obstetrics and gynecologists are giving the prescription. And the almost same scenario we will see from the major competitors. So I have then first I talked about my patients. Now I will select my target customer. So my first line target customer should be, I have selected medicine specialist as my company is focusing on the specialists for a long time. For last 2 decades, they're focusing for specialists. So my first time customer will be medicine specialist. Then of course I'll target GP, and then of course gynae. We have a very strong footings in gynecology. Also we have a very strong footings in ENT segmentation. And this product has high potentiality for surgery, OPD, and dental surgeons. And of course, I'll not bypass non-graduate general practitioners. Here, one thing could come the SWOT analysis of my company and SWOT analysis of my brand. And I have just omitted this one. Now, for strategies, 4 strategies I have put here: brand differentiation or brand superiority. And second one is physical marketing, then digital marketing, and physical marketing. I mean the combination of physical and digital marketing. Let's have a short look on the points. The first one is brand differentiation. I like to recall one point from 𝗕𝗿𝗃 presentation. He told that to make a brand gigantic, we must have innovation. And he also told about medical marketing. So innovation, brand differentiation is very much important for brand essence. There are so many options. Why someone is choosing a certain brand? Because of its brand essence. So, so it is actually a continuous process, nothing absolute. So some points I'm putting here that, of course, in such a life-saving drug, we must use the COS or CEP grade raw materials for better output. And we must ensure maximum protection from moisture using 4-layer aluminum foil tablet strips for maximum protection from moisture, heat, light, and oxygen. And then it's a direct compression technology I'll use, and metal detector in tablet machine from 𝗪𝗹𝗄𝐴. Also complete dosing pack for things. Oh, price is a bit high, still complete dose should be there. So the dosage ranges from 5 to 10 days, but usually I have seen the prescriptions in Bangladesh, doctors usually write twice daily for 7 days. So I think for maximum patients, 14 step will cover the dosage guideline. No drug interactions with anti-diabetic drugs. It's a pregnancy category B. After cephradin, if we go back for 15-20 years back, the only drug cephradin was prescribed for the pregnant women for infections, and the single drug that replaced cephradin for pregnant women was the cefuroxime, and it is still a pregnancy category B drug. So gynecologists may have a very good opportunity to prescribe these products. Its higher anaerobic coverage is their patient will be benefited more. It's a diarrhea-free treatment duration, more bacterial coverage, lesser chance of allergic reactions, faster onset of action because of tissue height, higher tissue penetration, and superb action against beta-lactam is producing strength. Basically, this drug is booming right at this moment in Bangladesh, mainly because of this criteria. It is actually not brand differentiation, it is generic differentiation, but we must highlight these points. And for physical marketing, effective training, and effective training. There is no alternative of effective training to my field forces. Look, I have put 35 boxes target for every rep, and I told that he will earn the money. I usually tell one thing, that medical reps are the only earning center of a company. Except them, we all are working in the company at the expense center, cost center. Our duty is to spend money. Only their duty is to earn money. So he or they must be highly educated, highly trained, because still, though we are moving for digital marketing, but still in the context of Bangladesh, physical marketing or physical selling process is still prevailing, in some cases more than 80% contributions. Regular promotional materials that we usually use, literature pad, GIF, and this and that will be in action. So focus promotion as per set target doctor. As I have very specially focused doctor, I will personally build up a relationship with them, and promotion will be very focused. So relationship build up with target doctors, RTM with roundtable meeting with target customers and their followers, intern doctor development program I'll do. At the same time, overseas CME of these doctors regarding modern innovation and infectious disease. We usually we usually make opportunities for doctors to participate in the international seminars. Product day celebration we'll do as part of physical marketing activities, anniversary dinner for targeted customers, or anniversary day celebration, birthday, marriage day, this chemist awareness program. And one important point I like to mention, I didn't see it in Bangladesh. Maybe it is because I'm out of market for the last couple of years. World Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week. It's celebrated from 18 to 24 November every year. So whenever I'll go for this product, I will have a mega campaign for full 1 week with this brand and for antimicrobial resistance awareness week. Then digital marketing, bulk SMS. I will have a very good relation and regular communication through SMS to my target customers. Email marketing. Forbes was telling that email marketing is still most popular medium of marketing. So I will of course regularly go for email marketing. Quiz fun I can arrange periodically, quiz fun with my customers. Journal medical books hub will be available for doctors, and medical updates regarding infectious disease. Whenever I get any new information regarding infectious disease, I'll share with my customers, and they will be happy, and I'll be in their mind. Latest info regarding this combination product. Any latest info coming for this combination product, or any innovation, any addition, any development my product development department can make, or I can make for this product, I will immediately let them know the innovation or the addition or the modification. Any new brand differentiation innovation that I was telling about. World Cup Olympic quiz competitions for doctors, I can do it with digital platform. Antibiotic awareness through 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝑙's TV YouTube channel. It is actually, it won't be with my brand name, but we can arrange programs for awareness for antibiotic use. It is happening regularly in Bangladesh, also in television, YouTube, different channels. Involving with DIMS, it is very popular in Bangladesh. Many people, almost all chemists, almost all doctors are using these apps. Basically, this is drug directory, and many companies are providing advertisements and and information about their drugs. So I can use this platform for my product. Help in making personal websites for target customers. Nowadays, almost all doctors are gradually preparing their own websites or platforms to interact with their customers and to deliver their messages. We can help them. And making a doctor-patient relationship platform, we can work for this. Again, chat, query, feedback, etc. for doctor or patient, we can create a platform for this, so that all my concerned customers can be connected with me. So different day celebration, New Year, Eid, etc. Personal relationship through social media sharing similar interests. It's very important point that currently all teachers and students are getting friends, father and son, daughters are getting friends. So doctors are also getting our friend. And if we can have the similar interest and can share info about similar interest, that similar interest can be helpful for my brand building also. So develop a RX software where as soon as the doctor writes the findings of diagnosis, it will immediately suggest my brand as an option. So I can make a prescription software for doctor where whenever he will write down the diagnosis, immediately it will suggest my brand if the brand is related to that diagnosis. It may be. So physical marketing, where my colleague or me will physically go to the customer and show the events digitally. First one is my audiovisual CME seminar that we usually arrange. GP education who are not associated with institution. General physicians, those who are practicing MBBS doctors, but not associated with institutions, they usually don't get much CME. So we can arrange series of GP education program for this generic, and RMP rural medical practitioners and non-graduate general practitioners education program, and chemist awareness program, of course, because whatever we tell country like Bangladesh, and I think in some cases certainly a part of India also, that chemists are dispensing products. You have seen the first company I showed you, that non-graduate, that rural doctors, those who are not MBBS, they are prescribing, they are giving the second highest prescriptions of this generic. So, and to some extent, chemists are also giving medicines, because patients are coming to him and telling this, I have these problems, what should I do? And chemists are providing this, selling this antibiotics. So chemist awareness program can be helpful for my brand as well as the overall national health. That's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sulaiman sir. This has been a lovely presentation. Just to add, when we talk about branding in jam-packed market, reflects the industry's commitment to not just selling medications, but actively, just a moment, actively participating in public health conversation as well. So it's a lovely presentation. Thank you so much. And let's proceed with the interactive sessions for question and answers. If anybody has any questions for Sulaiman sir, please let us know. Any questions in the chat box, Samir? Meanwhile, sir. And Vivek sir, any questions or any reviews on that? Please. I believe there is no question, so it is quite understandable to everyone. It seems like a very easy topic, but still, if everyone say any remarks on that, Sulaiman sir, that people think that it's so easy one, that there is no question from everyone. So with that, we can move forward, as I think Shams is eagerly waiting now for the next one. Thank you for a wonderful session, Sulaiman sir. Thank you. And with that, everyone who have the questions, please type in the chat box, and we will be taking your questions. In case you have questions for Sulaiman sir later, we will be taking on at the end. So,
thank you, Sulaiman sir, for keeping the time. You are finished well within time. Congratulations for that.
Sir, I told you that I guarantee I'll not miss the timing.
Thank you for that. And with that, we can move on to the next session. Marita, over to you.
Thank you, Shazia. Now let's welcome a dedicated professional with over 12 years of extensive experience specializing in market expansion, market access, and business development. Mr. 𝗪𝗪𝗀, Lead Business Development and Strategic Marketing, International Business Division, Renata Limited. Having worked on multiple continents, he has successfully implemented strategic initiatives contributing to the growth and global presence of Renata. His talk will be dedicated to exploring the subject of corporate branding in local and global markets. Mr. Shams, the floor is all yours.
You are on mute, Shams, as we all are very excited, as you are, for the talk. Yes.
No problem. No problem.
Going on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And it's a great honor for me to join this platform, specifically where a lot of my mentors and my colleagues are, and my even university brothers and sisters will be talking. So it's very exciting to be here. And I feel really privileged. And thanks a lot to Shazia and Dr. Swati as well. I have been in touch with both of them, specifically Shazia, for the last 1.5 weeks. And I really appreciate the support. But the main thanks will go to Vivek sir for trusting on me and giving me the opportunity to present this interesting topic, which I've always felt is very much neglected in our industry when it comes to corporate branding. And when we work in international business, this is one of the few things that we always try to focus on. So I'll try to be as brief as possible, and I will try to complete my presentation as soon as possible so that if there is any questions, we can carry on. But let's start the presentation first. So I'll move into the presentation mode. So what's corporate branding? If we look into the idea of corporate branding, and if we look into the biggest corporate companies in the world, the companies that we always see day in, day out, companies like Coca-Cola, companies like Facebook, the company image or identity that comes to your mind, comes to our mind whenever we think of a soft drink, whenever we miss our friends these days because everything is now so much virtual, and the way the organization present it to the customer. So when we think about any particular product and the feeling it gives to us, it's because not only the product, but the company associated with it. And the second part is the idea of intangible attitude and spirit behind the company. So if the company is connected to us, if the company is giving us that kind of a feeling and that kind of attribute that, okay, you are special because of using my product. You are special because you're associated with my company. That gives a kind of vibe that is part of what we call the corporate branding. And it's kind of an engagement. It's kind of a loyalty. It grows within the customer. And that gives a distinguished identity in the industry and in the minds of the consumer. So these are all parts and, the introduction of the corporate branding. When you see yourself associated, you see yourself being ambassador of that product. That is what corporate branding is all about. What are the things that is kind of associated with corporate branding? One is the logo. See, when we talk about any say, I love Shah Rukh Khan. I'm a big fan of Shah Rukh. So when we think of Shah Rukh, we usually, even if it is in the background, it's a shade and he's waving in his hands, we think of it as a logo. So he has become a brand. We think of a logo like when we see the logo of, say, Dell, even if any people who is not using a Dell computer or he's using a desktop, he will know that this brand represents Dell. And because of people's understanding of the specific company, and because people can buy that specific product because they feel really connected with that company, with that product they're manufacturing, and the more they will be driven to buy those products, the more profitability it will increase for the company. And say, I'll give a good example of such a company where people can associate themselves. It's, say, Mr. Satman is here. Aristo Pharma has been in the market and specifically very well known for the ophthalmic products. And that's why even when I need any kind of eye products or ophthalmic products, even for my dad, who is an eye patient who has issues with his eyes, I always try to figure out which Aristo Pharma brand should I use. And that increases its profitability, and it's also creating a reputation for companies like Aristo Pharma. And when it comes to reputation, I have to tag along a few companies like Square or Big Simco or even Sifta, KF. And even if nowadays Renata, I have to say a few things about my company. We are growing a big reputation globally. And how this reputation grows over the time of using the corporate branding properly is something that Mr. 𝗪𝗵𝗿 sir has already mentioned. It's one of the things that are connecting the dots, identifying what will make the company grow from here to here. And one of the things that we always speak in the company, that how we can differentiate ourselves from all other competitors. And that's why we come up with this idea that if bioequivalence study is required for a market like Sri Lanka, why cannot we do it for Bangladesh? And that's what will give the patients acceptance towards Renata Limited's capabilities or the products we are going to offer. And the association, the growth of Renata from being Pfizer and then being 51% owned by an NGO called Sajida Foundation, this kind of reputation is what is then builds a perception in the minds of the customer. And that's how we grow as a company. And I love this quote from Sir Richard Branson. He says, the way a company brands itself is everything it will ultimately decide whether a business survives or not. So when a company is struggling, we should really look into a possibility of understanding what kind of things will drive our company towards success. And one of the things that I feel is to identify how we can differentiate ourselves if we look into the local market, create a competitive advantage is what will be the first thing. So what will create and what kind of things will create Renata as a different entity than any other companies in the market? Company customer relationship and brand loyalty. So when we talk about Napa, when we talk about this kind of brands, which say Surgel, MaxPro, this kind of brand loyalties that has been created is not only because people knows only the brands, but also because they know what those company represents. Launch new product lines. So once the company knows that, okay, the customers, the doctors, and the patients, they love us. And at this point, I'm going to put new products in the market, whether it is an extension of the product line or it is a completely new product. Then we will feel brave. And that's what will make us drive forward. And then there is promotional advantage. So when we are going to the doctors and saying, okay, this product is bioequivalent to the innovator, and we make them understand what innovator's drug represents and how we are correlated and connected to the innovator brand, then the doctor will feel, oh, that's interesting. That's not something I've heard before. That's new in the market. Okay, I'm going to write it to you. And then someone else comes back and doctor might say, okay, are your brand bioequivalent? So this kind of excellence in association with the company will change the dynamic of the market segment. And why it is important in global market, specifically since I have been working in business development for the last 4 or 5 years, I've been leading the BD for Renata. And what I felt and what I have practiced is to write as much as possible about Renata on LinkedIn. And a lot of people knows me for that, and they feel I write too much. But I feel this is one of the ways I can represent my industry. I don't only write about Renata, I write about what Bangladesh industry represents and how well we have come along over the few years in this segment. And that's why when we are going to markets like Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Kenya, we have built brands over these markets. We are not just selling. I don't feel international business should be considered as export. I feel international business should be considered as expansion. So when you are talking about expansion, you don't talk about only brands or only products. You talk about a company being present there physically, mentally, and emotionally. And that's why create an impact innovator and competing with the innovators and global players becomes very tricky. And that's why when we can target proper customers with proper emotions, that's where success will come. And you see, when there is enough good pharmaceutical corporate branding, the customer to recognize product of the company, they can see, oh, that's coming from Coca-Cola. And company to receive proper feedback from the customers, like, I don't like the lemon flavor Coke. I enjoyed a coffee flavor Coke in Kenya, but then I didn't like the other flavors they had. So we can get back with the proper feedback if we know the company and how it will evaluate our feedbacks. So now, going back, why it is important, it is already being mentioned previously, but some of the things are like regulatory compliance, when see when Renata or any other Bangladeshi company will be present in a regulated market versus the MNCs. Obviously, the MNCs will get more privilege, but if it is a part of proper corporate branding planning at that stage, the regulatory authority will know what this company is representing. They're representing good quality products. They're coming up with the proper documentation plans, and that way they will give us the kind of access that will be not possible for any normal company. So that's why corporate branding is important. Then challenge management. If there is a challenge in the market, the way a corporate branded company will get advantage, it will not be the same as the company who is just being present with its products and not doing a lot of things in the market. And then inviting partners. The more you talk about the company, a few days ago when I wrote about Renata, and I knocked a guy from one of the top MNCs in the world, and I said, "Hi, this is Shams from Renata Limited. I would like to know if we can work together." He's like, "Hey, I know Renata. I know you guys are doing well." And I'm like, wow, how did this guy know? Because we are not present in that market, but somehow something clicked, and it's not product, because our products are not going to his market. It is what he has received from the social media, which has reflected with his words. And these are the few things which I think is very important when we are designing a corporate branding strategy. One of the thing is purpose, what we want to do, where we are, where we want to be, and we can take some help from the brands we admire, how they have grown over time, and be in the drawing board and build a strategy. Consistency is the key here. We cannot change from one strategy to another strategy every few years. We should have a long-term strategy, short-term strategy, and follow it very consistently. Create a style guide, like I want to follow this style. I want to prepare a SOP which will be reflected in the market. Emotions. We have to connect with emotions of the doctors, emotions of the patients. And once we can connect these two in one place, and then our corporate branding will be successful. Flexibility, and we have to be flexible. We cannot say, okay, I have been selling tablets for esomeprazole for so long. I'm not comfortable going for the nanotechnology, but it's not going to help because previously it was only tablets. Now we are coming up with MAPs. So it travels through horizons, and people has to adapt to the new trends in the market. And then employee. So the people who are working in the company must act the same way the company is representing itself. When all these things are placed in one place, at that time, a proper company branding will be applicable. And I really feel Bangladesh being in a place where we are not there. India, we tell them India is like 𝗪𝗏 𝗪𝗏𝗁. That's what we call. And if that's the case, then we are learning a lot of things what Dr. Reddy, Cipla, Torrent, companies like Sun Pharma has done. And now what we are trying to do is that we are trying to understand how we can get our image in the industry as well through a proper understanding of what they have done over the years, and then create a strategy over the years, not only to sell our products, but to create an image that Dr. Reddy, Renata, Cipla, Beximco are in the same league. And that's it. That is why I feel corporate branding is going to be the key success factor for Bangladesh pharma industry in local and global market. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful presentation, Chums. And the excitement is, now we get that the excitement is done. Tanveer sir is also here. Any words of Tanveer sir? Until then, I wanted to just say a few words that the presentation knocks out one thing, that this shows the message that how a company should preserve its local essence while projecting the global image, highlighting the delicate balance between the local roots and the global aspirations. That is what this shows. So good.
In fact, this corporate branding today becomes more important for India rather than Bangladesh. for the simple reason, tomorrow, if the government of India decides, no, all the products should be under generic names, what is the pharma industry in India going to do? So this is a very important point for the Indian pharmaceutical industry. And I think you have made a wonderful presentation. Even the audience from India would be appreciating why corporate branding is so important. Thank you so much, Shams.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tanveer, sir, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Shams. I know Shams for a long time. He has been in my teams in other organizations and now working again here in 𝗓𝗏. But I really enjoyed his presentations a lot because this is what I really built on my journey. Because I delivered probably in corporate branding more than 7-8 lectures in different global and regional and in Bangladesh platform sessions earlier in my career span. Because this I believe in and this I live on. Because the organization I work for, I spent I would say 20 to 25% of my time to see that how that corporate brand equity and corporate brand essence is communicated to the customer segments, to the community. Because as 𝗵𝗵𝗿 sir was mentioned, that ultimately when we mean the customer centricity is the patient centricity. So patient centricity for pharmaceutical company, how that evolved. As Shams mentioned, the examples of 𝗪𝗏, I can quote one more time, that we are a company for last 50 years in this country and 30 years with the name of 𝗪𝗏, which has hold 51% share by a NGO called 𝗪𝗏𝗪 Foundation, who are serving 3 crore underprivileged people in the country. This is the communications we are making to the audience, that this company, apart from doing business, they are supporting 3 crore underprivileged people in the country. And that's where we start differentiating 𝗪𝗏 from others. This is one example. I'm not saying that we are the best and others are not. Every company has their unique propositions, because every company, their own language to communicate to customer, to connect an emotional connectivity point. At the end of the day, that's what matters. Even if you look at many of the brands, if you go by the roadside and if you see a soft drinks company doing some CSR work, subconsciously in your mind, it creates some soft corner for it. And probably in the next purchase to next purchase, if you are not the brand loyal for that brand, you, with your subconscious decision-making process, probably you buy that brand because you have a connectivity built over there. So corporate branding has a lot of things for the success. And Shams, I'm so happy, I'm so proud of Shams that he delivered. I really enjoyed the sessions. I cannot tell about the audience. I really enjoyed a lot. I couldn't have my lunch today. I had my lunch sitting over here, having my plate of food, not to be distracted going there. So I was listening carefully. So I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
That's very well. Thank you so much, Tanveer, sir. What you have said over here, that really makes a point over here. And with that, we have one more question, Shams, for you. It's from audience. Sampath Kumar has this question. In the changing scenario of brand selling, should product branding and corporate branding to be separated?
Thank you, Sampath. I think that's a very relevant question, and it's a brilliant question to ask. I don't think it should be separated. I think it should be more connected, because you cannot separate two things which are coming out of one another. So I feel you should connect them. We should connect them more, and then make it a larger horizon for the customer and the buyers. So it's very important. I'm really sorry, my daughters are shouting. So I'm trying to calm them down. But yeah, I think that's very important that we connect them, not to separate them.
Any words on this, same on this, Tanveer, sir, about the question?
I think that's the right way, because I mean the corporate branding and the product branding should have also a storyline to connect each other. It cannot be standalone. It's a story. You know that what we do in the sales, marketing, and the business world is making is writing a story. It's a storytelling these days. It's all about a storytelling. So when you make your story, use your story connecting your audience, that cannot be isolated. That's say for example, in Deneta, we are saying that we have 67 bioequivalent products, and in the MaxPro, the biggest brand in the pharma market, we say the MaxPro MAPS is a bioequivalent product. So is the product attributes we are selling to the marketplace, and we are also making our corporate branding identity that we are a company in the country having 67 bioequivalent products. So you see an example. This is not different. It's echoing the same story at brand level and also company level.
Thank you. And with that to both of you, because now is the era of, increasing transparency. How does a brand of a pharma company maintain that trust and credibility in this corporate brand image across diverse market? This is a personal question.
Sir, I want you to answer that.
No, I think you can also equally answer that. If I understand your questions, that the reliability and trust factor.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So in customers, there is two interfaces. As I mentioned, I see basically the customer centricity. Because of time, I didn't show everything. The diagram matrix I showed, most of them I sketched myself because it's just learning reflections. So you see the customer centricity has 3 layers. So first layers for a marketing or brand manager perspective, the sales team is the primary customers. The next level of customers is doctor, chemist, who are making the decision of the prescriptions or choices of medications. And last but not the least, the ultimate customers is the patient, or the consumers of your products. So reliability is depending on your service level. The service level, communication level, connectivity level. So say for example, a chronic care products. If you are really for a patient, just imagine if you are really depending on a cardiovascular product, and one fine morning you see that the product is not available in the marketplace. That's a kind of the losing your trust. And if it happens twice, thrice in your journey, then you have a complete mistrust on the brand. I'm just giving a typical example, how a patient trust on the brand. I put myself on other day, I'm not giving an example and quote, not that every brands I am using for my home and myself is my company brand, my current company. It can be another 1-2 company brand as well. There are reputed company in the marketplace as well. But sometimes it happens that we don't get the supply of the brand, and it happens repeatedly. Then I go to my doctor and I tell, the enough is done with this brand. I am no more in a position to use this brand. You change it. Or being a pharmacist, I can also make a decisions. Okay, this is the generic, and I know these are the 3 companies in the market who can really rely on this product. Now I consciously switch this brand from this to that because this company is not giving my comfort. Every alternate month I go to supply issues. So this is the typical example. So for a patient, when I'm a patient, my reliability is predominantly on the supply point, probably, firstly, and then also the purchase point and the price. It depends. It depends on the purchase capacity, capability. But for a medications, if the price is a bit 10-20% plus minus, if your satisfaction on the outcome of the product is really good, that is sustainable. That is sustainable, I see. For a doctor, their satisfaction and reliability is different. Whether the people from that company visit or convey the right communication message periodically on a very efficient manner. So for a different layers of the customers, it is a different basket of reliability. For a overseas market, as you mentioned, that's very tricky. At Shams and my colleagues, I'm sure that he is also connected, yeah? So,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
So they are the expert in the global market. They are traveling a lot. They are supporting these markets, sitting in Bangladesh a lot also. So that's a different ballgame. But I think that Shams or Nilay can also add on to that. I know that dynamics, but their examples could be more handy. That in a overseas operations, their reliability also is also defined in different parameters. Of course, supply is a factor. The communication channel is also a factor. And also, that Shams made a comment, so it's very important, is not only the exporting the products, is also owning that expansion of the business. So this is not a term, this is also reflections. When I see that sending a product, that's the delivering of the product. That's one way of looking into it. And another point is that we are taking the full ownership from starting of exporting the product, making the product available in that pharmacy chains, informing the doctors of that country on that products, also taking the feedback from the customers if they are facing any challenges while using our products over there. So when you go through the whole value chain, then you build a reliability. So I mean that customer centricity, I can give, I'm sure that the time is there, but so I met a few customers in the beginning of my career, the gastroenterologist, and I built the best-in-class relationships who are the leading KOLs in the country. You know what happened when I left Sandoz and worked in Novo Nordisk, worked in Sanofi? I hardly met any gastroenterologist in last 10 or 12 years. But these days, I started working on Renata. You know, the Maxfo is the biggest brand in the marketplace. The gastro become the #1 segment again. So your customer is never lost. You know that when I started my journey, the biggest segment and potential segment of my brand, they welcome me heavily. That he is a guy who know him for a decade's time, who has been very passionate and connecting with us, even 13 years, 14 years back when customer centricity concept was not there. So you know that your customer centricity, the one word again I will bring in, be it global brand, be it global market or local market, that pays off. So it means a lot in different segments. I'm sure Shams and Niloy can add if I miss anything.
Yeah, I think I will echo what Sir just mentioned. And when we both, I think me and Niloy has been here in Renata for the last 1 year, but we had our chance to work in Sri Lankan market last year, and Niloy is going again. But what we have seen, once we launched one of our brands, azithromycin, there was no azithromycin at that point, and even the innovator was not there. So once we launched, they thought it's the innovator brand. But as we all know, azithromycin is a very old molecule. So
Still they think that some doctors still think that azithromycin is the originator in Sri Lanka.
Yes, in Sri Lanka, they think we are the originators. So we have created such an impact in the market that everyone knows what Zithrin is about. So now we are looking into markets where we don't talk about the product. We only talk about what Renata represents. I think that is something what I have seen from companies like Sun Pharma. They just don't talk about their brands only. They built themselves as the largest generic company in the world. And everywhere you go, they will see the same. So I think that is where it is important that we make sure the company and the brand can make a collab together. I think that's the important part.
Keeping the, thank you for all the insights and keeping the time in mind. And this is just a question from Sampath itself, and this is to all of you. That how to engage employees in corporate branding. When it comes to employees, that's not sufficient.
Oh, okay. Employees. You see, Tanbir sir, say for example, Tanbir sir is saying corporate branding is important. Me and Niloy is agreeing to that. That's a very easy example of how it should be working. So he will set strategies and say, Shams, this is what we want to do. This is where we want to go. When you talk about any esomeprazole, talk about the one we have. When we go to the doctor, talk about what we reflect. When you go to Kenya, even there you talk about our brand. And when we act in a way where everyone is aligned and we follow the same route, it's kind of like, you have seen Game of Thrones, when Jon Snow is there and then the army is coming and they all follow him, right? It's the same strategy. The leader says what to do and everyone follows the route. That's very simple.
And now nobody will, lose contact for this question. Very smart answer, Shams. Thank you so much. And with that, thank you for all the insights from you three. Ridwanul, any other comments? I think you were about to say something.
Yeah, I would like to add something on what Shams has ended. So regarding corporate branding, how to involve the employees, let them give something to talk about the company, what they feel proud about. We give you an example of Sajida Foundation is holding 51% of Renata. So that means the 51% profit that we make goes to the poor people, underprivileged people. So it narrows down the what we call the financial barrier between the poor and the rich. So this is what company objective of Renata is. So these things, if we share with our colleagues working in the fields and they share with the doctors give a very good response. So things what our field colleagues feel proud about sharing our company also involves our colleagues to engage in the corporate branding more. So this is what I wanted to add actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this has been a lovely insights from you and so as well. Moving on, Marita, the floor is all yours, and we can have the next presentator in line. Please.
Okay, that was wow. That was quite an engaging discussion. We couldn't even blink our eyes for a moment. So thank you,
Exactly.
Tanvir sir, Mr. Shams, and Rizwanul. So moving on, our next presenter, 𝗪𝗏 Zaman, former senior product manager at 𝗕𝗃𝗃, having served as a marketing specialist in the distinguished Bangladesh pharmaceutical industry. Her 8 years at 𝗕𝗃𝗃 Pharmaceuticals Limited have been truly enriching. So Ms. 𝗪𝗏 will be discussing on the branding of an NSAID in a crowded market. The floor is all yours, Ms. 𝗪𝗏.
Thank you so much. Actually, after
Before
such
we
a great
start,
presentation,
𝗪𝗏,
yeah.
we really wanted to know the timing so that we can just,
Yeah.
so that we can say
Yeah.
that you are having comfortable.
I am absolutely great. Thank you so much, Shazia. Don't worry about it so much. But thank you for being so considerate for me. Before starting, I had an introduction written here in my little notebook here, but all went up in a scrambled of words in my mind because Shams Bhaiya just gave such a wonderful presentation. Now I am really nervous. But to be really honest,
you will rock as usual. Don't be. Just go on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, man. But to be really honest, I'm actually starting my session with a very lighter tone, but would like to take this opportunity first that Vivek sir, thank you so much for always keeping me connected to something that is really close to me, the Bangladesh pharma market or the pharmaceutical industry itself. But yeah, the former part in my designation actually aches a little bit now, but yeah, soon someday maybe I will be able to join this force again. But yes, the topic that I was given to share my very little insights today. I will try and be my best to share things that I have learned in my very little span of career. The esteemed personalities who are here has vast experience than me. So please do correct me if I have gone wrong in some of the points that I've been added in my presentation. So branding of an NSAID in a very crowded market. The only key, I will be discussing 7 points, but the only key is to launch a brand in a crowded market is to find, just like the photo of the butterfly, find a difference. Something that is not met the need yet, and you are giving that solution to. That you have to find that out, and you're all sorted for your challenges. So just to give a brief, my case specific was to launch a generic, which was aceclofenac. And to be the hypothetical situation is to be launched as a 15th brand of the market. So it's we all know it's a chronic painkiller. It is used for rheumatoid arthritic, osteoarthritic pain conditions for those such treatment. Little facts that I would highlight and want you all to have in your mind for launching of this generic. That rheumatoid arthritis, we all know it's a disease of that it's an autoimmune disease that affects the joints basically. And if I say it in a simpler words, it's going to make your movements feel like hell. If you have rheumatoid pain or arthritic pain, you know it. It's going to make your joints feel very stiff, and it's a very bad, crucial pain. Right about now, around 8 million people worldwide are living with rheumatoid arthritis. And among those is like 70% are women. And mostly these disease affects aged group of people, like 55 years and above, those are more affected by this disease. Just remember that part, because in my launching presentation, that helps me to classify the section of patient that I want to serve as a 15th brand, and I want to achieve my goals. So what are my goals? If I'm launching my brand in a segment, in a generic segment where already there are 14 brands are present, what is my mission? My first and foremost mission would be, whichever class of doctors I'm selecting, my KOLs, whichever segment I'm selecting, my brand has to be the top of mind brand for them. And the term that I stole from my learnings back in 2018 from Vivek sir is make it a darling brand for the prescribers. My darling is someone who can never ignore you and always beside you. So make this brand something that your prescriber can never ignore, because the market has already offered him 14 brands. Give him something, make it in such a way that he prefers your new brand over those 14 brands. If I have a quick analysis of the painkiller segment, in the Bangladesh pharma market, it is almost 1,575 crore market, the painkiller generics, with 77% growth. And surprisingly, aceclofenac is the third generic, being a very old molecule, but still it is the third generic of this segment, and it has a positive growth in last quarter. And if I go for the analysis of the prescription market, the surprise that hit me here is, being a very old molecule and for the treatment of arthritic pain or chronic pains or complicated pains, we generally nowadays have a lot of other options. Like we hear about 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗃, we hear about diclofenac, we hear about nabumetan being more safer option, being more modern generics in this segment for this disease. But still, in terms of prescription count, aceclofenac is the #1 generic of all the generics, which are generally taken as the new generics. Who are prescribing? I've shown a pie chart here. Orthopedics institution, like almost every segment who are there possibly present in the RX scenario, everyone has the potential to prescribe aceclofenac. So now comes my first point of my 7 points, selecting the segment. And here this young gentleman is giving us the right suggestion, not to be greedy. Aceclofenac being a generic which has the potentiality to be prescribed by every class of doctors, you can have one mindset as a 15 brand when you're launching, that everyone is writing it. So everyone can have that opportunity to write this prescription. So I'll have a very generalized promotional plan and go to every and each doctor and say, we are as a company have launched this generic. That can be an easy approach, but it is not going to give you a long-lasting result. If you want that your brand becomes the top of mind brand, your brand becomes a darling brand and rises itself up the ladder, being launched as 15th, if you want to become top 5, then you have to go selective first. You have to find your segment, you have to find your disease where you want to promote, your patient group, and find the segment accordingly. So for my presentation, I have chose orthopedics, medicine, and rheumatology. Rheumatologists in Bangladesh pharma market, in Bangladesh medical segment, we all know that there are around 200 altogether rheumatologists are there. So covering rheumatologists is easier. But if we talk about orthopedics and medicine as top KOL segment, it gets a little crowded again, just like the generic, because there are a lot of orthopedics and medicine. They look after all the possible diseases. So are you going to cover a lot of orthopedics, all of them with a general promotion, or you want to go selective? Or which selective? Have that narrative very clear. Find your niche and go for niche on the basic. Because when you're planning first you're launching, have a KOL segment and have a mindset that these doctor count will all have to prescribe my generic and have to prefer my brand as top of their mind. So for just example, I have set a number here that I will cover 500 medicine specialists, especially who looks after the patient who are older, because that point that 55 and years above patients actually have that disease. So we will cover those medicine specialists to whom older patients are more crowded, like बुजुर्ग लोग ज़्यादा जाते हैं. So I will cover those medicine specialists on the priority basis. Then I'll go to the next phase, next set of medicine specialists. For orthopedics, it goes for the same segment. And initially, my budget allocation as a launching brand, always keep in mind that you will be given a budget and it is always on the brand manager or the person behind how you're going to allocate your budget and where you're going to put your money to get the ROI. So your prime group of doctors, the selective ones, should always get the first priority. So let's not get greedy. You can have a generalized promotion, like you can have a generalized literature sample or just pen promotion, small token gifts or PR group discussions for all the institution, GP, RMP, neurology ones. You can have a general information giving, like, yeah, I am there, I'm new brand, I've launched this. You can have a generalized plan, but first and foremost, you have to create your own base. You have to have a selective KOL segment as per the class you have selected to serve. Number 2, know your brand like a back of your hand. Every part, every bit of the brand knowledge, what your generic does, what is the dose, what is the convenience, what is the new technology at this point going on in the world, what are the new studies they're going on. Try and learn and gather all the information before your launching phase, because this will get you to the point where you can find the launching campaign's niche for your generic, for your brand. Because when you it's a painkiller, it will relieve pain, but alongside, if you like echo the voice of the 14th brand, they're already present. If you say the same thing, same information to the doctors, they already know it, you're not adding any value. So as a 15th brand, when you're joining the club, you have to give them something new that it was there probably, but nobody said it. So when I saw that aceclofenac is the #1 generic in prescription, it was like, if 𝗕𝗃𝗃 is more talked about and more hyped, nabumetan is considered as the safest, why aceclofenac still is the #1 generic? Because it has a uniqueness to itself. It is the only painkiller in the arthritic pain relieving segment, which also enhances and plays a positive role in cartilage regeneration, which is very important for the patient who has arthritis. It gives them an added value. So for this purpose, and for my launching campaign, if I'm doing this, I would choose to highlight this part, that my brand, this generic gives you pain relief, plus it promotes cartilage regeneration. Now, the third part, giving a name, something that will stay with your brand forever. And it has to be something that connects the heart and the mind of the doctor. Something that is always easy for him to remember, for the prescriber to remember and write. It is better to have something which has highest 8 letters. Within the 8 letters, the shorter the better, so that they can write it easily, memorize it easily. Is it far more better if you can connect the brand name with the campaign or the niche that you have selected, or the information that you have selected, to connect with it as well, so that every time your colleague goes to the prescriber, can connect that dot for the doctor, and it creates a brand reminder. And secondly, it is like the bang on thing. Like, it would be the best if you can have the brand name in a language that's community language. Like for Bangladesh, if it could be something, a Bangla word, which is very easy to remember, that connects immediately. So I couldn't be that, what should I say, creative, but I got this one for this selection, FlexiGen. It is the combination of flexibility and regeneration, because I want to promote in my campaign that my brand is promotes flexibility to your patients and also helps in regeneration of cartilage. Now comes the fourth thing, campaign which puts your brand in the top of your mind. Again, when you are able to find a problem that your patient is facing and giving a solution, that makes the best campaigns. So find an unmet need, because you are the 15th brand. 14th brand has they have spoken their part. What they are not saying, you have to find that out. Make it something that is a need and give a possible solution through your brand. For me, this could be flexibility. That could be a need, because the patient segment here are old people who have served their entire life, worked for their children, their families, and now at this age, when they want to enjoy life with their family, they are suffering because of this disease, this brutal situation, which is rheumatoid arthritis, and making their life miserable hell. We all know, if it's arthritic patient we have in our home, or we know someone, in the morning when they wake up, it takes them about 10 to 15 minutes to move, because in the morning their joints are so stiff and it hurts so bad that they cannot move easily. With any situation, if they're sitting and they want to get up, if they're walking way too long, it hurts their joints very bad. So in these are the situation makes their life very uncomfortable. They cannot go walk with their children, or they cannot go play with their children's child. They can't do that because they are in crucial pain. Their life is not flexible. So my product will remove that pain from your life, make your life more flexible, and also give an added benefit, which is cartilage regeneration. And probable co-prescription possibilities that we know in Bangladesh market. There are few combinations, glucosamine, chondroitin sulfate, glucosamine, and other combination, which promotes cartilage regeneration. And in arthritic patients, they are prescribed with these, because for arthritic patient, cartilage regeneration is a big important factor. So this product, but that medication doesn't remove pain. I need to remove the pain as well. So aceclofenac can be put in the same prescription as well, so that it removes the pain, also gives the added benefit of cartilage regeneration, and the cartilage regeneration prescriptions are also there. Also, some doctors, for very critical, complicated pain, chooses to prescribe 2 painkillers at a time. The second one, the common one, is aceclofenac. So there is this opportunity as well. Fifth is adding value. Add value to make your brand very special. Up to the number 4 points that I've discussed so far, I have been adding value of the generic itself. How aceclofenac is a better generic. What is that untold information that still the 14 brand haven't spoke about? I gave those part, but about the generic. What about me? Me being the 15th brand, I have to add some value as a brand, which this is going to make the actual difference. So that can be in terms of formulation. It can have some kind of disintegrating agent that works so fast that you will get faster relief. It can be a formulation, like in PPI segment, we have seen a drastic change with MAPS formulation when it was introduced. So if in international market, there is something that is available for aceclofenac formulation, which is yet to be launched in Bangladesh, can be added. That formulation can be added here. You can launch in that formula. Packaging and product presentation. In general, all painkillers all the available brands are in white color tablet. Very basic. Every tablet basically is white in color, small round tablet. What if I make it a joint shaped tablet with a pinkish hue or different color? Make it what if I present it not in a strip but in a jar, if the formulation allows me to do, if the there is a valid formulation present, like to present it in a pot or in a jar. What if I can do that? Maybe that's not possible. Let's make 𝗪𝗪𝗪 blister, not 𝗪PVC blister. Make it something more protected. Give it a protective sense. And or since arthritic patients have long-term prescriptions are going to go there because it's not going to be like 1 week or 2 weeks. It's going to be a long-term prescription because these pain take time to be controlled or patients is prescribed. So they're going to buy, if I make a 30s pack or if I make a 20s pack, the patient will, because twice daily dosing, the patient will, there's a possibility buy the full pack. What if I add a QR code or a leaflet inside the pack of very basic exercises that will help with the pain? So these are the things that will add value that other 14 companies are not doing, but I am doing as a 15th generic, and trying to act like a darling brand of the doctors, the prescribers. It is all about doing having a patient-centric approach, which is my 6th point. Having a patient-centric approach, showing that you care about the patients, and that is what will drag your main customer, the doctors, because they care about their patients. So as a brand, when you show that you are catering towards the patient, the doctors are bound to be attracted to you. So having a patient-centric approach to your promotional plan is now it's the key. This is because nowadays that's the only key. You have everything. You have let's say you have tick marked all the things, like you have great formulation, you have great approach and everything, but you missed that to describe to your prescriber, the doctors, that how it benefits their patient. It would never click. So you always try to connect these two, like your patient needs this, and I am giving you exactly that for your patient through my brand. So patient-centric approach is a must. And have also, you can when you enter it, that is my personal opinion, when I'm entering in a market which is already crowded, I have to have a louder voice, because I'm already a 15th brand. So if I want the prescribers to hear me, I have to have a louder voice. I have to do something which is bigger, which is larger than something they're usually done. So patient-centric groups is something that would be very outside of the approach and very philanthropic, very giving. It's going to benefit the patients because chronic pain condition patients, they are suffering for a very long time. And this is something, their sufferings, when they're sharing with someone who is going through the same process, they learn a lot from each other. You're giving that platform to them. And when there is a doctor or a prescriber added to this platform, they are getting extra attention from a prescriber, from a professional, what to do and what not to do about those things. Because it's very easy, very common, like every doctor, when they in their chambers, they have every day 40, 50 patients waiting for them. So it's very natural, very human. He wouldn't be able to give each and every patient the same, all the suggestions that he wants to give. Maybe something is left out or something he couldn't give because of the time. If I have a group, if I introduce something, this support groups, and if I get 1 or 2 different prescribers to speak about, if they come and they share, and the patients are sharing among themselves, it's creating environment, a platform for both the parties, and both are being benefited. And it's philanthropic. Directly, you don't get anything out of it, but you are getting an image of your brand, that your brand promotes and your brand cares for the patient. Patients are getting that approach from you, and the doctors are seeing that, yeah, this brand, this company's this brand acts for us, talks on behalf of us, for my patient. So of course, that will get you the support. And 7, being consistent is the key, because when you come late in a market, at times you will feel that tiredness, you will feel that pressure, because we are all human, that maybe we are not going to get the results. Trust me, if you be consistent with your efforts, and if you try to give something new, try to add value, and be consistent with your prescribers, with your KOLs, you are bound to get the results. So always be consistent with your efforts and try to have the same enthusiasm, try to promote the same enthusiasm, give the same enthusiasm to your field force, because they are the one who are your spokesperson on your behind you, because you can't always go to all the doctors. Your field colleagues are going there for you. So always value your field colleagues, make them believe, make them part of the journey that this is something special. This is not just a painkiller. For this instance, this is not just any other aceclofenac brand. This is something that cares for each and every arthritic patient, understands their pain, and tries to give them something larger, something better. Let them have that feeling within themselves, so that they feel proud that, yes, I am late, I am 15th brand, but I took this time because I want to give your patients something better. This is my better. So that they feel that and they share it with more confidence. And you be consistent. Never lose hope. The results will follow. So with that note, believe in yourself. Always try and have that faith in yourself that you can do it. Then, of course, the results will follow. And being you always works like magic. So that would be end of my slides. I hope it was something better than
it
nothing.
was impactful, and we can say that it was a powerful and impactful presentation, and it was very lovely. Thank you so much, Meerashya. Thank you. And with that, with all that, through targeted digital campaigns and collaborations with healthcare and influencers and everyone in the company successfully positioned NSAIDs or any other drug as more than just a pain reliever, emphasizing its role in enabling individuals to lead fuller lives. I think the impact of the presentation will be there for quite some time. It was wonderful. I would like to ask the audience if they have engaged in the exchange of questions. Any questions, guys? Or it is like, okay, fine, everything is solved. It was such impactful that they will be taking, okay.
I think
it was a wonderful presentation, Arshia. And I love especially the patient-centric approach which you have taken. That's what is really required. I shared with you a little later. Last year we had a session on the pain points of the patients with arthritis. Shazia, do you remember that? That lady from Bangladesh, she had a difficult.
Yes, sir.
Shared with Arsha and the others who are that was, an eye-opener for many on the pain points of an arthritis. One did not even realize that even visiting a toilet, Indian style, is so difficult for an arthritic patient. So these are the points which can be covered in the patient-centric activities. And especially the point which you said, speak to patients like me. These are the points, these kind of these kind of patients would not like to speak to their son or daughter or parents. They would like to speak to somebody like a patient like me. That's a wonderful point you raised. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. This is everything that I've learned from you, actually. Shams, yeah.
I just wanted to say Ashia presented really well. I told you, she's more experienced in these things than me, and she has done extremely well. And I could relate a lot of things she was saying, and how we actually go to certain aspect of branding the product to the customer, and how the field force are so important when this kind of overcrowded generics are being put into the market. So I really appreciate how she has planned it. She has done it in SKF as well. So well done. And thanks to PharmaState for giving all of us a chance.
Thank you all of you for giving us all the insights actually. And Sunil sir has been here and I think he wanted to share something. Sir, yeah, you have raised your hand. Can we ask him to give the permission to him? He has raised his hand. Samir, can you please? Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
unmute.
yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I just wanted to know one thing, that nowadays most of the companies are claiming that we are giving different technologies, especially I'm talking of gel, nanotechnology. What is the difference between the normal gel and the nanotechnology gel? Does it got any advantage over the normal ointments and gel forms, especially in rheumatoid arthritis and this arthritis patients?
For that, do we have anyone who have the expertise on the same and can enlighten Sunil sir on that part? Anyone from the speakers and from the audiences are more than welcome with them. Vivek sir, any enlightenment on words on that? I believe that says that right now the expertise holds down with the brand management only, and with this,
No problem.
maybe we can this question we can personally talk to you about little
No
later.
problem.
How about
No
PharmaState
problem. She
Academy?
has explained everything very well.
Okay,
My regards to her
sure. Thank you so much,
regarding the
and
brand management and everything.
yeah,
Thank you.
thank you for being a part of World Pharma Brand Managers Week. And apart from this, we can just hold on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is an accomplished product manager at Healthcare Pharmaceuticals. I can see the excitement on everyone's face now. Okay. It's 𝗪𝗀𝗻𝐾𝐚𝐲-6 brings a wealth of experience and a proven track record in managing multinational company brands. The essence of his presentation lies in the topic marketing a hormone in the Bangladesh market. The stage is all yours, Ridwanul, and everyone is so eager to hear from you.
Hello, everyone. I hope I am audible to everyone, na?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So it's very challenging to say something after Tanvir sir, Shams bhai, and my favorite Ashia. But yeah, I'll just try something actually. I'm not sure how much it will be. And I had some issues. That's why I was in a very good rush. Thank you for inviting me for giving this presentation. And this will be really interesting for me also, giving a presentation in this type of templates. So I'll start with a blank page actually, something that doesn't have anything to say yet. So it will start with something like this. Let's start from here. I'm going to start with a quote from Hilary Mantel. She was a writer actually. She died on September 2022. She had a very good famous statement regarding a very specific disease condition actually, which actually goes through like this, that it's not easy to diagnose because depending where the endometrial deposits are, the symptoms can be quite different. It's an unrecognized problem among teenage girls, and it's something that every young woman who has painful menstruation should be aware of. It's a condition that is curable if it's caught clearly and early. If not, if it's allowed to run on, it can cause infertility and it can really, really mess up your life. So as you can see, she was talking about a disease that can be easily curable if it can be diagnosed earlier. But if not, then what happens? This is one thing that we are going to discuss about today. So this disease is called endometriosis, which is basically a chronic condition of the tissues underlining. And when the uterus tissues underlining has some tumorous infections and everything that goes through it and makes some cyst on it, which actually eventually gives her the symptoms like painful period, painful ovulation, pain during and after sexual intercourse, heavy bleeding, chronic pelvic pain, and ultimately infertility, which can cause a very leading portion of the infertility can be caused by endometriosis actually. So how severe is endometriosis when it comes to population of worldwide? You can see 1 in every 10 women in reproductive age are affected by endometriosis, and it takes around 7 years to complete the whole treatment process. For some, it's almost 8. And these women who actually gone through endometriosis are more prone to have ovarian cancer in future of their life. So this is a very serious point of discussion, and it can be mostly common in our 30s and 40s actually. So, but it can affect any age group. So in this situation, in having all these numerical data and definition, everything, we're going to discuss regarding, and we are going to actually acknowledge this severity of endometriosis. And me, on behalf of my company, the company I'm working with, basically we are going to represent a very named company here, which doesn't have any existence, and the brands also doesn't have any existence worldwide. So let me introduce you 𝗕𝗵𝗿, which is actually a woman-centric company, and it's a biological products also there. And this company is a pharmaceutical company, and it actually introduces, it's very new in the market, and it's just got launched as a company. And we're going to introduce for this endometriosis management treatment, 𝗪ģestrA, and which is a Dynogest 2 milligram. This is also a very named brand which doesn't have any existence worldwide. We're going to represent our presentation for 𝗪ģestrA, and hopefully it will be a very interesting one for all of us. So what 𝗪ģestrA or Dynogest 2 milligram actually for? Your solution for managing endometrial nodules and finding relief from pelvic pain. This is what we are going to mainly focus on. And this product, it's a launching of this product. So our main communication with our doctors and our field force will be this message line, which is our actually brand statement slogan, which is actually like managing endometrial nodules, which are actually ultimately turns into endometrial cystitis and ultimately endometriosis. And finally, relieving the patient from pelvic pain. That's the statement of our Dynogest, which is the 𝗪ģestrA. So it's a basically 2 milligram strength it has. It's a tablet, once daily dosing. It can continue for 12 months or 18 months, or depending on patient situation. It will be launched in February 2024. It's a 10 pack, and price is also there in BDT if you need it. So what's the launching objective of this brand for on behalf of 𝗕𝗵𝗿? So our first objective will be successfully launching 𝗪ģestrA, and then followed by capturing mind share of the customer. Who are these customers? These customers are our field force, first of all, then followed by our doctors, and every single one were actually engaged with this brand and related disease awareness programs. They all are going to be our customer. We are going to focus on capturing mind share from all these customers. And ultimately, our long-term objective will be securing leading position in Dynogest market by fourth quarter 2025. So it will take around 2 years of focusing on, and we're going to go through some objectives, some strategies that will relate our objectives and short-term and long-term also, and see where we can position our brand ultimately. So current market situation, if we're seeing, then we'll see it's a very highly competitive market, and 90% of the market share are captured by top 3 companies. And one of them already has around 50% market share. And in this situation, 𝗕𝗵𝗿 is a very new company, as we have already discussed about, and this is our first hormonal brand that we have going to launch. So even the team that's working with this company, this portfolio, are also new. They have very less idea about hormone sector. So we are going to acknowledge these things when we're going to launch this product. So our key issue for Dynogest generic for our brand 𝗪ģestrA is very few patient has a very good awareness about the product. So this is one challenging part. And then followed by treatment is very costly. As you can see, it will take around 1,500 taka per month, and it continues for 1 year, 2 years, depending on the patient's situation. Then followed by, there are other substitute drugs also available, which can actually replicate some of the effects of what 𝗪𝗔 will do in these patients with endometrial management. So there are progesterone hormonal contraceptive GnRH, and analogs are also available there for the treatment options. So in this situation, our first and foremost strategy will be educating our field force, and then followed by CME, and then selecting doctor segments, educational campaign, and healthcare professionals, collaboration with healthcare professionals, and finally strategic alliance and partnership with societies. If we go through it breakdown, then there are basically 2,900 field force are there, including first line, second line, and third line, according to my statement that I have received from Vivek sir. Thank you for sharing this, sir. We are going to mainly focus on educating our field force on hormone and how actually 𝗪𝗔 actually work, and who are going to be our doctors, and whose segment that we are going to focus on, so that they can be pre-prepared before launching the product in the market. And then followed by our next focus will be on CME at top institutions. Basically, from where will be actually, because every zonal perspective has their own scenario of doctors, and from here we will be able to find out those doctors or those segment of doctors who we can focus on for this brand and for this generic actually. Then selecting those segmented doctors and promoting them, the brand and brand awareness programs will be mostly highlighted throughout these doctors actually. And then educational campaign is very important, as we have said that it will take around 8 years almost to complete the total treatment protocol if it actually continues. And most of the cases, it doesn't stop from there. It continues till a very long term if the patient is not previously or can be treated earlier. So it's a very good part of the total process of endometrial management actually, that we need to actually educate our patients through our doctors or through our campaigns and everything, that what's there for the patient, what patient need to know about the disease and what's there to be aware of. This can actually minimize the most important part actually. Then launching strategy, the fourth portion will be our doctor training program. Doctors also need to be trained for this program. And finally, ultimately, so that it has a very good clear definition that if the doctor is trained there, then doctor can actually diagnose the product, the disease very quickly, and they can actually make the patient in a very comfortable situation in an earlier stage of their disease condition. So we need to focus on this, developing this expertise, just like it's already sharing. You can see here one of the sample images here also, and then followed by our next portion will be strategic alliance with and partnership with societies. Those societies which actually goes through this overall and make the doctors align in the same society. And if we go through this society, then it will help us in two parts. One, the brand can be highlighted in the social discussions, and another part is, as I have said, that this is the first brand of 𝗪𝗏𝗏 in hormone sector. So if they can actually go through the same society, then a mass number of doctors can be covered in a single presentation, single attention actually. So this is one part that will help us develop our image for the portfolio itself and also the brand. And finally, as I have seen 𝗪𝗏𝗏 was saying also, differentiating the brand. What we need to do, we need to find a way with time so that we can actually, as this is a hormonal brand, it needs to have a very segmented protocol that need to be maintained for hormonal brands. So we need to be very precise in highlighting those very specific brand differentiations compared to other brands that are already available in the market. And this can actually make very small difference can make a huge impact in the market for our brand 𝗪𝗔. So which is actually, I was highlighting that less is more. So hopefully we can actually accumulate all these things, and finally segmented our brand into different perspective, like how to build the persona of the brand. First of all, we need to know the patient. Who are all going to be patient? Those who have intense pelvic pain during menstruation, female age, reproductive age 12 to 40, and those who have PMDD are most likely to be affected by endometriosis and whose lifestyle is seriously hampered. These patients need to be treated with 𝗪𝗔, and healthcare professionals whom we need to focus on are going to be postgrad or graduates. Those actually treat endometriosis, and our influence will be promoting them the scientific based evidence that are already available there. And the thing that we need to mainly promote is the pelvic pain, and ultimately those patients will be treated with endometriosis. Patient will be ultimately treated with infertility if not treated earlier. So we're going to focus this part with them. And urban, semi-urban, and chamber doctors will be our main focus, and we'll be focusing on single once daily dosing oral position for effective and long term up to 15 months also medical management of endometriosis. We're going to focus this part to our doctors, and ultimately what we're going to focus the only medication available for endometriosis treatment, medical medication available for endometriosis treatment, which is our 𝗪𝗔. These are the segment that that's available for our doctors and for our brand, so that ultimately we can make a brand positioning statement out of this, which is actually this part. Actually, you can see that it's a market definition description. It's an endometriosis management product, and it's reproductive age patients are its target doctors, or gynecologists and GP where there is no gynae available will be our main focus. And our point of difference compared to other generic, actually, that it has a long safety profile compared to other generic available for the treatment of endometriosis. And as 𝗪𝗏 is a very new company. It has all the manufacturing facility available for hormone production. So first time in Bangladesh, manufacturing 100% containment hormone facility, the novel once daily oral progesterone for effective and long-term medical management of endometriosis will be a single point of communication with the doctors. And ultimately, the most important part is that it has a long safety profile. So strong clinical evidence will be there to back the patient. And our main target persona or brand persona are basically female who are reproductive age and who are actually socially aware, and who actually goes through their treatment options and discuss with their doctors their situations. So on this note, out of all these things, if we can promote our product to our patients in a very precise note and very specifically, and our doctors very properly, if doctors are properly trained also, then we can find a very good chance that 𝗪𝗔 will be very soon one of the most leading diagnosis preparation available in the market. So thank you from 𝗪𝗔, which is a diagnosis to 𝗪𝗏. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I think I'm done actually. So Sajay, you are mute maybe.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so thank you so much, Anul. I can just wanted to say that one after another, we are having a powerful and impactful presentation. Thank you, all of you. And with that, we are open to questions, guys. Let's get the conversation flowing with your queries. So till now,
Excellent
we have.
presentation, Rizwanul. Loved it.
So thank you.
And you too kept your time, and my salams to you for that.
Well, sir, there was strictly discussion from Sajay actually to maintain the time frame. So I tried that very well.
Don't say it
Salams
feels
to-
like I'm a strict
salams to
teacher. Okay, but we have one question from Sampar, that what is the market size of levonorgestrel in Bangladesh?
So basically, levonorgestrel is emergency contraceptive pill, and it has a market size of around 10 crore taka in Bangladesh, depending on the private and government market and everything. If we consider the private market, then it will be around 10 crore taka.
And how do
To
you
the Indian
handle?
audience, when they are talking about 10 crores, it is 10 crore Bangladesh takas. Okay.
Yes, sir. Bangladesh taka. BDT.
Yeah, okay.
So this is for the Indian
And
audience.
yeah, and we have how do you handle completion from LNG intrauterine device? This has been a very specific questions, the
Yeah,
two
I
of
got
them.
it. I got it very well. So most of the cases, patients are more comfortable with the oral preparations, and they are more
Okay.
focused on the oral preparations actually, and they're mostly preferred. The doctors also mostly prefer the oral preparations, and private market individual devices are not that much available. So mostly in Bangladesh market, they are prescribing the oral preparation for the patients, and patients are also convenient and comfortable with the preparation available already there.
Thank you for that. I hope that answers. Apart from this, yeah, Shams, you were saying something. Is there anything? Okay, let me just have it for another one. Are there any specific trends or shifts in consumer behavior related to hormonal health that marketeers should be mindful of in Bangladesh market?
Sorry again.
Any specific trends or shift in consumer behavior related to hormonal health that marketers should keep in mind in Bangladesh market, I'm talking about.
No, currently, basically, in this term, don't think there is that much shifting still going on in this market. But what we are actually doing, those new companies, they're actually working with hormone products. Like as you see, Shams Bhai is there. He's doing very good job in promoting Renetar's hormone products also in worldwide also. And also there are Vista Pharma also there. And these companies are actually more focusing on their portfolio in hormonal portfolio towards doctors, and also they are doing the social activities also. So most of the pattern is also the same thing, but it is going to the expanded form right now. But no segmented change or drastical change is not going here. We are basically more giving it a very static guideline going on right now. And I think it's a very stable place going on here when it comes to hormonal culture development for our patient awareness actually.
I think,
Great, that.
Shazia, if I can for
Yeah,
30
sure.
seconds here.
Sure.
I think what Ridwan is completely right, and there is not much of a change in terms of usage or anything, but what I have seen over the few years that there is a huge change in terms of knowledge sharing when it
Right.
comes to the hormonal products, and it's true. When in the market, when around 1980s, when the population was bursting in Bangladesh, and then the government started promoting the contraceptives and these kind of products in the media, and it was to make sure the people understands the negative side of population burst out, and then the use of contraceptives. And now if you consider after 2010 2011, people are learning about contraceptives or hormones because they are now more educated, and they are more shifting towards, if you say, there are OCPs, fourth generation of OCPs. So probably people used to use the second generation. Now they have the option to use third, fourth, and now the latest one has also been invented in the market. So there is a huge shift of education, but not the usage. I will say there is a lot of change. But if you see Renata being the pioneer of the hormonal market right now, Ridwan doing a lot of work in terms of his MNCs and the kind of products he's carrying is of high value. Then Marita is there, who has been in Nuvista. I think Ridwan, me, Marita, all was
from the
ex Nuvista. Yeah. So we understand the concept of hormones pretty well. And I think the change is there. See, for example, in government sector, previously it was second generation contraceptives pushing in the market. Now it is third. I think that's the change we are having in the market these days.
Interestingly, in India, this market for oral contraceptives is diminished rapidly over the last 15-20 years. They're using all other methods, but they are not happy to use, the women here, they're not happy to use oral contraceptives.
I think
drugs like Ovilan and overall, they were very, very, very popular. In fact, I wouldn't mind sharing with you, for the first 5 years after marriage, my wife was taking overall, an oral contraceptive. At that time, it belonged to John Wyeth, which was later acquired by Pfizer.
Yeah, I think
now the usage is going down considerably, diminishing considerably in India.
Absolutely, sir. And it is going to be the same trend in future in Bangladesh, because
Bangladesh also, yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of side effects, there's a lot of other issues which the girls are not much familiar with, and they're not liking it. So when companies who are advocating this kind of projects like DKT International, Mary Stopes, they're coming up with the new dosage forms or new methods. I think more and more people will be, upon educated, will be using that formula as well.
I'll add something with Samsung actually. That's very true because once there was Oversted Gold, one of the most leading brand in pioneer brand in contraception method actually. So with time it changed with as Samsung actually sharing that third generation pill are also introduced in government sector actually. So most companies are now focusing on the fourth generation pill, and some of the companies actually launched next generation pill also. But one thing that's actually true, as Vivek sir was saying, that oral preparations are more likely to be with time reduce uses actually, and other options like as I am marketing right now, that single out implant and iodule dose or Mirena is there. So things will be changed with time. But recently, because as of now, because there is no technological advancement yet in Bangladesh to manufacture those brands in Bangladesh. So it takes time. It's absorbing those oral preparations in Bangladesh contraceptive market, but it will change with time. That's true. It's true. Very true. Thank you.
Thank you for all the insights. And with that, because we have two presentations left, so next up we have 𝗕𝗏𝗀𝗀, Assistant Manager, International Business, Renata Limited. He is a pharmaceutical professional passionate about international business development and global brand building. With a background of working as a product manager in Bangladesh pharmaceutical market, where he have honed skills in marketing, brand management, and market planning. It is a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Rizwanul. And the crux of his presentation is the topic Dynamics of Global Brand Management. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shazia. Thank you for reminding me my topic. Actually, I forgot my topic, what I was about to present after so much learning today from the pharmaceutical icons of our country. So let me share my screen.
I like your sense of humor.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's true, sir. Not like making up. This is my topic: dynamics of global brand management. So let's begin. So we are back to the global market again. So I worked as a brand manager in the local market of Bangladesh, and then for the last 1 year, I've been working as a international brand manager. So there are some key challenges from switching from global from a local brand management system. So it was a dynamic and exciting year last year for me. And if we say that if the challenges of branding, already we know in the Bangladesh market that it is a very competitive market, lots of companies, lots of brands, and very clustered, are highly competitive market, which has helped me to understand more the foreign market. And if we see the other markets except Bangladesh, that means different market means different rules, different cultures, and different organizational logics. So think about that every market has their different cultures and way of doing business. So it is a very challenging job for us to understand what is going to happen if you launch your brand, or is the brand acceptable in that country that you are targeting to launch your brand. So what I have learned from my last 1 year experience is that it is not just pushing your products into the new market. First of all, you have to orient which brand element you should be promoting for your global markets. So for example, if I share markets that are stringent, like the European market or the US market or Australia, we know that they want high quality products, and they have to be bioequivalent and have to be registered by their authorities. But in example, our market like Sri Lanka or Uganda, that type of market also requires bioequivalent products. So in the local market, like in Bangladesh, if I am promoting my brand with the element of like positioning that we have bioequivalence and other specific testing parameters which matches with the originator, but going into the international market in a country like Uganda or Sri Lanka, where they prioritize of having bioequivalence to get registered in that country. So in that case, you cannot position your brand like saying what you are saying in the local market that you have bioequivalence, because every molecule there have bioequivalence. And also the originator is available. So you have to be very precise and very significant of which brand proposition you are going to preserve to promote globally. And also you have to adapt to that country, that is that the proposition that you are going to position for your brand is accepted by the people or the customer of that country. So you have to combine both of these elements together to match your positioning and strategies before entering or pushing your products into the market. This is very key to enter with your brand to a new market. And there are lots of challenges. You know, the first and foremost challenge is the culture, because it is 100% sure that your working culture and the other country's working culture is not going to match. So you have to collaborate with the people working there, also the customer engagement. You have to you have to be a liquid in a glass. You have to mix up with any shape. You have to, as an international brand manager, you have to become like transferable, and you have to mold your mind in such a way that you get involved in any people's mind, any culture, so that you get to know more about the country's culture before strategizing any plan for your brand. And the second challenge is the local legislation. And my God, this will suck your blood up, and this will test your patience level as a brand manager. Because, for example, you have bioequivalence for your brand and all the necessary elements that that is required to get registered in that market. But sometimes is that it's a new molecule that your company has launched in the local market, which has like 6 months or 7 months running, and the country that you are going to launch is needed 24 months of stability. So you cannot just immediately launch. You know that there is a whole market and you can become a fast mover, but you cannot just launch. It takes your patience, because you have to get 24 months of stability done before registering your product in that market. So this registration process, the stability or the bioequivalence and the registration timelines is the patience level of a brand manager in the international level. And also you have to take in mind the local economy, because for example, Sri Lanka market, I have been working last year for 5 or 6 months. I have stayed there. So the local economy is not good there. So you have to understand the purchasing power of the people and also the expense habit, because the more country you are looking into, the more things are going to change frequently. So you have to adjust your brand policy, the pricing policy, everything depending on the economy and the people's buying power also. And the last thing and the most important challenge that I face is the team integration. There is a human culture that we want to stay in our comfort zone. Everyone wants that. I don't want to change any new thing or new culture they want to adapt. So being a international brand manager, it's your key challenge that you have to overcome this lagging behind culture of people of not changing themselves. So you have to integrate your international team for adapt to a new situation or new scenario or adapt to a new strategy, because the strategy that you are following in your local market might not be well accepted in international markets or other countries. So you have to convince your people there. And also you have to understand the job attraction of pharmaceutical sector in that country, because for example, like if I compare to the Bangladesh market to the Sri Lankan market, so in Bangladesh market, people, it is very highly competitive, and the competition is so high that sometimes the MRs, they tend to switch from pharmaceuticals to other sector. But in Sri Lanka, there is a great affinity of joining the pharma sector. So it plays a key role of understanding how much affected the people are towards joining the pharmaceutical sector. It will give you a boost if the people are more affiliated to the pharmaceutical sectors. So these are the key challenges that I faced over the last 1 year in developing the international business for my company. And I will share some insights of how to like strategize a global brand. This is from my experience. I have shared some scenarios and how I have approached with the strategies to overcome this. So the first thing we need to find is a suitable local partner. Local partner means the local partner in that particular country. So the question might come that there are lots of clients available. What is the challenge here? So the challenge is that we can work as a contract manufacturing. That means we produce the product and supply as a brand name of another company in that country, or we produce our own brand and become the MA holder of in that particular country. That is the way we get the like access to the market and get the power to strategize the branding in that country. So first of all, we have to crack a deal with such a client who give us the access to the market and give us the authority to like set up strategies and provide marketing plans and do the marketing thing in that particular country. So this is very important to find a suitable local partner. And secondly, understand the different market demand. So in a market like Sri Lanka, doctors have great affinity towards prescribing originator brands. And they have a mindset of like this, that they will not take any risks, even though patient cannot afford to buy such high valued products. They will not take any risks if other than originator they prescribe, if any like adverse effect is reported or any harmful scenarios have occurred. So they just play a safe game and prescribes the originator. Then it comes to the chemist shop and it gets like switched to another generic brand. So something like this. So we have to make the doctors understand that if we have a bioequivalent product, it matches the same quality to the originator, and it also benefits the patient with the lesser price. So this having this power of bioequivalence products from my company, it has been a great help for me to make the originators convert from originators prescription to my brand's prescription. So here the quality of the products comes into play to change the mindset of the doctors to prescribing originators to the branded generic product. And then the third insight is that we have to learn about the local consumers. So here I have included a line that's less buying power, but knowledgeable consumers sometimes give a very hard time. So that I have been facing last year, that the Sri Lankan people are very educated, I know. So I have been talking about Sri Lanka very much. So some guys might think that I am from Sri Lanka, but no, I am from Bangladesh. I am talking about the global experts of the Sri Lankan market. And so what I was telling is that the Sri Lankan people, they takes prescription from the doctors. Suppose the doctor has prescribed the vitamin to him, but he thinks that the vitamin molecule is not necessary for him to buy at this time, because he or she has a financial barrier. So by this thing that our prescription product or overall the prescription of vitamin market has gone down, and also the sales have gone down because of this patient the patient stop purchasing the vitamins. So what we have done in that case is that we have to reduce the price and give some price benefits, and also make connections with the patients and the doctors, that with the price benefit, the patients are going to buy the vitamins. So we have to like pass the message to the doctors also to restart our prescription. So by this thing that we have to know about the local consumers, how they are behaving to buy certain molecules. If the vitamin market is not going well, our promotional budget or focus should not be on that molecule. So we have to convert our thinking to another one. So we have to understand the local consumers. And then another point I want to discuss is the combined consistency and flexibility in strategy. So this might be a bit confusing that if we stay consistent, how can we become flexible? So this is an interesting concept because in our country, we do a lot of CMEs and symposiums in the society programs to interact with the doctors, but it is the same thing we can do in Sri Lankan market, but we cannot like enter into the symposium as a pharma guy. They do the symposiums in a closed door, and we can just enter with give our posters there, and we have to come outside and wait outside till the program is over. So how do we manage to interact in such sessions? So we have used the digital platform. We made our corporate videos, we gave to the doctors and asked them to play it in their session, like 1.5 minutes or 5 minutes, 3 minutes of video. So with that, we physically were not present in that room, but our message was clear and seen and heard by the doctors. So this was another improvisation that we have to do by becoming flexible from our existing ideas that we implement regularly. And also, like if I am a brand manager and I go to a foreign country, I can play a role as a trump card. So if our sales colleague can say to the doctors that a foreigner has came and he wants to like have a 3 or 5 minutes of sessions about his company, then the doctor becomes happy. Oh, a foreigner, okay, he has access to that session. So a brand manager can play a role of a trump card entering in that type of like restricted rooms. So this is one of the like interesting strategy that we have introduced in the foreign markets. And finally is the intricate communication between the teams. So I have already said that changing mentality of people from outside their comfort zone is a challenging thing. So different country, different people, different experiences. So you have to get yourself mixed up with the people, and the best way to communicate and share your ideas and make them follow the people of different country is to make them feel that you are one of them, and you have to create your opportunities for both. You have to create opportunities for them both financially and also professionally, and this is the most important way to gain trust of them. So it is a very challenging thing to do, but this is the best strategy that I have found to make friend with the people of foreign countries, to get involved, to work with them in the field, to make them feel that you are same to them, you are one of them, so that they trust you, they feel that what you say is very logical and what you are trying to implement is well for both of us. So, and the last thing that I used in branding of the in the foreign market is the country and the corporate branding. So when there is a friendly relationship between two countries, it can play a good role in setting up a customer's mind. Like Bangladesh has given Sri Lanka amount of loan in the time of their crisis. So every Sri Lankan people knows that thing. So we use this thing to have a discussion with the doctors to create a more emotional mindset with them, and then go with the corporate branding of Renata, which how Renata is contributing to the society, how Renata is improving or boosting up the young generation. So these things are like binding up that how a country is doing well, and this connects to the emotion of people between two countries. So this is how a friendship grows between people of two countries using the advantage of the country's friendship. And it also uses the corporate branding level to get the customer's mindset. So for each country, there is like different people, different strategy, and different culture, as I have said. So when you like going to launch a brand in a foreign country other than your own country, then you have to think that country as your own. So for me, a global brand building strategy is in reality a local plan for every market. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope my insights will help you a lot in branding your brand in the global market. Thank you.
A wonderful presentation, 𝗲𝗏. And I have been following 𝗲𝗏 for about a year and a half or so. And what I find a difference between 𝗲𝗏 and many of the people in the international marketing in the Indian continent, sometimes I wonder whether 𝗲𝗏 is a citizen of Bangladesh or a citizen of Sri Lanka. You have to clarify
Right,
that.
Yeah, in between the presentation, I tried to clear the confusion.
That is something which I love a lot. A person from the international marketing spending time in the market to know the people and know the culture. That's very, 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 very important. You spoke about the local culture also a little earlier also in the presentation. Now, why local culture is important? For example, in some of the countries which I know, for example, Myanmar or Vietnam, moonlighting is very common. I hope everybody understands the meaning of moonlighting, working for two companies officially.
Right.
Vietnam and Myanmar, moonlighting is so common, it is not considered something abnormal. But if moonlighting happens in India or in Bangladesh, that person will immediately be terminated. So these kind of different local cultures have to be kept in mind by the international brand manager, and that's a very good point which 𝗲𝗏 has brought about.
Right, sir. And I want to, sir, share another thing, like the local culture is important because in our country, we are like working as a salesperson 24/7, and 7 days a week, 24 hours. So there is no like limited working hour. But in a country like Sri Lanka or in Kenya, you cannot force the MRs to work in a weekend. You know, even if there is a guest doctor visiting a certain village or a sub-village for seeing the patients in a weekend, but the MR will not go there because their working culture is like that. You cannot force them. So this mindset has to be changed from country to country. So that is why first you have to understand the work culture, how it goes, then like enforce them to work by your way. No?
And that is the reason I want Shazia to go and spend 1 month with Marita, so she understands Bengali, she understands the Bangladesh culture, and that is going to help her a lot. Marita, are you ready to welcome Shazia?
I guess me and Shazia will have a wonderful time, and she will also agree to that, because the short time span you guys, I mean, Miss Shazia came to Bangladesh, we had such fun, so that she's going to like it here, and she will be fully a Bengali by the end of the time she goes back, you know.
That's I think I had to book the ticket. Yeah, I will need to do that. And besides that, 𝗲𝗏, it's truly captivating and well executed presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Pleasure is mine.
And over to you, Vanita. We can just lead for the way for the last presentation. If we don't have any questions, I forgot to answer. So, we have any questions in order, please?
I think we're already running short of time. We'll switch over to 𝗲𝗏𝗍 now.
Okay. So our final speaker today is Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗍 Mandal, working as a senior brand executive at Novatech Pharmaceuticals Limited. He is a marketing professional with a remarkable career spanning 8 years in the pharmaceutical industry. Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 has played a pivotal role in launching 25 successful products, showcasing his strategic acumen and marketing prowess. Notably, in his current role, he has recently launched 2 products, successfully elevating them to mega brands within Novatech Pharmaceuticals Limited. Today, Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗿 𝗵𝘁 will be presenting on branding of the 27th PPI in Bangladesh. Over to you, Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗿.
𝗕𝗵𝗿 sir, it would be great if you can just on your video, please. Is it me or the problem is on the other side? Can anybody please confirm, Samir?
Can hear you, Ms. Shazia.
His camera is switched off as of now.
Sorry for inconvenience.
No worries, please.
Am I audible, please?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Okay. Hello, dear audience. Namaskar. I am 𝗕𝗵𝗿 𝗵𝘁. Hope you are having a nice day today. I am very glad to be here, especially as a marketing specialist in Bangladesh. And I would like to thanks to PharmaState Academy, especially my mentors, 𝗕𝗵𝗿 sir, to give me such opportunity to present such a nice and just interesting topics.
Any problem, sir? 𝗕𝗵𝗿 sir, any problem in presenting?
Yes, I'm facing some problem.
Okay, how about we can just share your presentation on your behalf? Samir, can we do that, please?
Yes, I am again sharing. Yes. Can you hear or see, please?
Yeah, we can see that.
We can see that, but it's not moving fast. Part then. So, okay. Try if there is any technical issues or not. Rest assured, we can share the presentation on your behalf if there's an issue on your side.
Okay, please.
Samir, please share the presentation from our side. Yes, it's visible. Can we have it on a full screen? And forward. Yes, I think. Yes, you can go on, 𝗕𝗵𝗿 sir.
Okay, I'm sorry for some inconvenience. Okay, now I want to describe the crowded, how I will launch a PPI in the crowded market in Bangladesh. Especially, I want to note a word, crowded. Crowded word, it is very important, and this word already have used in this audience several times. So I want to share in my previous experience. Some days have passed. I was a luminous participant. I take a good seminar that there was a many audience and the participant in this audience. The topics was the history and the history of the mega brands in Bangladesh. Why? What is the history and the history of the mega brand and established company in Bangladesh? There was almost 20 participants, and they are the mentioned to note what is the history and history of the mega products in Bangladesh as per their quality. So most of them mention 3 or 4 names of the company or 10th name of the company, but it was astonished that many of them, almost 80%, did not mention some company names, the company who belongs top 10 in Bangladesh. As for this study, I can notice that the mega brands not only depends on product quality, first time in Bangladesh, and the price. It totally depends on the prospect mind. Please next. Okay, I am asked to launch dexlansoprazole in Bangladesh. You know, there are several speakers in Bangladesh like esomeprazole, omeprazole, lansoprazole, rabiprazole, and X molecule has 3 to more mega brands in Bangladesh. And you know, a doctor can recall 3 to 4 brands in X molecule. But how I can take a decision to launch a new PPI in Bangladesh? Is it possible? So already esomeprazole, omeprazole, and rabiprazole, different type of brands already established. This is why I can take a decision against my feasibility study to launch dexlansoprazole, because if you cannot be first in a category, set up a new category and be first in. This is why I took decisions to launch Bangladesh market. This next. Let's see the PPI markets in Bangladesh. Here we can see the market size around 4,000 crore in Bangladesh of PPI market. Among this, esomeprazole, omeprazole, pantoprazole, rabiprazole, and dexlansoprazole. Dexlansoprazole growth is the highest, so I can take decision to launch dexlansoprazole as per feasibility study. Next. After that, according to the prescriber and prescription conditions, by latest study, according to the prescription and prescriber, Bangladesh dexlansoprazole prescriber and prescription number are increasing day by day. This is why I can take decisions to about my feasibility study to launch dexlansoprazole. Next. Please next. Yes, dexlansoprazole. Yes, dexlansoprazole market size is highest growth and the growing number of prescription and prescriber. But you know, Bangladesh already there are several company already launched dexlansoprazole. But I think they snatched a great number of or large number of share of dexlansoprazole. Dexlansoprazole market size, and now the time if I take decision to launch dexlansoprazole, will it be viable or not? Because we know it is better to be market first than to be better. If I launch the product with great initiative, great efficiency, what will be happen? Because there are several competitors, they already launched this product market. So what should I do? Please next. Please. Yes, the present scenario of the dexlansoprazole market share 285 crore. And there are, we can see that there are different competitors, Dexland, Dextac, and DDR. They are already take a positions in dexlansoprazole market. But how can I, if I launch dexlansoprazole, how can I make this product as a brand? This is the main challenging task or challenging job to me. I strongly believe the product totally depends on any products, any types of product totally depends on perceptions of customer. And if I can touch the perception of customer, if I can touch mind of the customer, my brand definitely will be brand. Please next. Because it is better to be market first than to be better. And it is better to be first in the prospect mind than to be first in the marketplace. There are several companies who already established, who already launched in dexlansoprazole market. But if we focusedly observe that they cannot yet snatch the huge number of market share. This is why it has a great chance to launch dexlansoprazole, and I take decision to launch dexlansoprazole. Dexlansoprazole, if I launch dexlansoprazole, what will be my best and main strategy to launch the product? Actually, we should look for the solution to our problem, not to our product, not even our product. We should look for the solution to our prospect mind. What is the demand, what is the requirement of the prospect mind? If we can analyze perfectly and fulfill the requirement of the prospect mind, that will be definitely connect with my brand. And this is my main target business. Okay, branding start with brand name. I have already many friends and I am crowded. I cannot recall all of the friends' name, but my friend name 𝗕𝗃𝗃 is my primary school friend. I can recall easily his name. So I think branding start with a brand name. I suggest and I select my brand name Happy. Happy means high active proton PPI, proton pump inhibitors. That means the specialty of the dexlansoprazole is a single dose of dexlansoprazole can cover 24 hours due to DDR technology. And brand name is very important. Brand name almost personify the brand, almost essence what I want to serve, or almost differentiate and attractive. Brand name always stand out to making mind of the customer. I think if you observe the Bangladesh pharmaceutical market, the brand who is already star or mega, the brand name is very easy. The brand name is very easy. In my first company, when I was pursuing pharmaceuticals, I got opportunity to work with metformin hydrochloride. My product name was Metfor. It was the Metfor. It's very easy name. It's always connected to generic, and anyone can easily pronounce the product. And this product brand name always totally different from others. So I think the brand name is totally different, and I select the Happy. And the product name.
Hello.
The product name.
I request everyone to keep on mute, please. Thank you. And for the timings, 𝗕𝗵𝗿 sir, I know that it is the last of presentation, but I would request if we can just be in the time limits. Thank you so much. Yes, please continue.
Okay. Now we can. Okay. My brand name is Happy, and you can see the features of the brand. Now, the brand differential. A brand can differentiate in segment, rational, social, and emotionals. National segmentations like the ingredients, packagings, and promo materials. Socials mean the connectivity, which type of communications, which type of environment I should connect. And emotionals mean emotions, feelings, and personality of the brand. So if I connect with my audience emotions, that will be totally different. And the value proposition. Value proposition means the functional benefit and emotional benefit. You know, a patients have two types of problem: physical and mental. And functional benefits and emotional benefits, if I provide, like dexlansoprazole provide functional benefits, a single dose can provide 24 hours, and emotional benefits, its doses convenient, it's reduce the missing of the dose, it's the emotional benefits of the patients. And I think emotional benefits always dominates the rational thinking, rational and functional benefits of any types of products. Communication itself a communication problem. You know, sometimes before difference speaker said that if the promo materials is not usable, it is that wastage. I think promo materials is very important, that connect brand executive and to prospect mind and to prospect. This is why I think promo materials should have such a style that like history and easily can understood my first line manager, my medical representative, and my doctor. That will be transparency and easy to understand. That will easily connect to my audience. I think I have the experience 2 to 3 products which is brand leader in Bangladesh. If I cannot connect with my medical representative or the first line manager, it is totally impossible to task in the prospect mind. So I always focus in promo materials, literature showcard that can be connect to my first line manager and representative. And on things is totally different. Like I happy my product, I always focus single dose covers 24 hours. Is a on single difference is the best. And how will it helps to my target customer? It will help that patient will reduce the missing the dose, and it will helps to day and night burning sensations of the patients. I think brand plan is nothing, planning is everything. So brand plan is very important. Brand plan, like first line as analysis, planning and implementations. And here the important thing is key issue identifications. Key issue identification means what is the indications of my product, who is the royal prescriber, who is indications doctor are prescribing, and who is the repeated prescriber, sales trend, RX follow is very important. And current position, where we are and why we are, it is the very important for the analysis. And the planning, marketing objective is where we want to go, and strategic objective how we will go. Segmentations, targeting and positioning. Here I want to take some times about positioning. Positioning is not about what we do about product. Positioning is what we do for the prospect mind. What we do for the prospect mind, because prospect mind cannot sense with the same benefit. Prospect mind cannot sense with the same benefit, same requirement. So I have to analyze my prospect and try to gap analysis, then fulfill the requirement of the prospect mind, and after all implementations. Why the brand to is within 2 years I want to sell 8 crore taka, but high. Here I mentioned then B.A. star doctor. B doctors mean who the doctor or the customer who prescribe my products in the presence, only in the presence of my field force. A star doctor, a doctor who can prescribe in the presence or absence of my field force, and a star doctor who prescribe 100% prescribe when he gets any opportunity, and he encourages to others to prescribe. So if I can maintains the doctor and build the doctor easily, 8 crore taka within 2 years can be achieved. And the forecast, here I want to discuss topics that like Dhaka Medical College, surrounding Dhaka Medical College, dexlansoprazole market size is 10 lakh taka, and there are 2 to 3 prescribers. And Mr. Goni is a doctor. 80% sales is done by the Mr. Goni. So I want to focus a strategy. One market is equal to one doctor. One market is equal to one doctor. That's mean Mr. Goni is a one doctor and he has a market 8 lakhs. So defense company already engaged with Mr. Goni, and I have to analysis of the Mr. Goni. Where are the lackings? Where are the gap with another company? Then I
So sorry to disrupt 𝗵𝗵𝗱 sir. Just wanted to confirm if because the slides are not moving. Shall we move forward the slides?
Yes, yeah, here I can move the slides.
The team member will do that. Just let us know when we will have to stop. Sameer, can you please move forward?
Which page exactly?
Please let us know the correct slide.
Okay. Can you see, please?
Yeah, is it the slide that you were talking about? Because it will be
Yes.
easy for everyone. Okay, then please let us know when we have to change the slide, please.
Hello. Can you see please my slide?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So here it is. We are in the brand forecast slide. We can just see the sales review report of 2024 and 25. Is it the slide that you were talking about,
Yes,
or we
yes.
can? Okay then.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, the Mr. Goni, my target doctor is Mr. Goni. The 80% sales is done by Mr. Goni, adjacent chemist. So I select Mr. Goni. Mr. Goni is a on doctor and surround market is a on market. So I believe one doctor on market strategy. If I select like Mr. Goni doctors in surrounding Bangladesh, it will be very easy and can take place in the process of the Mr. Goni. So it will easily can achieve the sales value. And RX objective is the main motto of brand executive. I have 25,000 field force and dexlansoprazole, 2 RX need to consume on box. This is the strategy. And within 2 years, I want to sell 8 code and the growth will be 38%. And the promo materials planning, I will focus the customer surveys. Nowadays, so-called general gift, customized gifts, RX celebration is the general phenomena. My main target is to customize service of my prospect or doctor. Promo cost, here I want to share with a story. In India, a pharmaceutical owner asks to a CEO, why we hire you? The pharmaceutical CEO answered to the honorable managing director, sir, I can reduce 1% of your wastage in your company. So in promo materials, most of the time it is wastage. It is wastage. Perfect promo materials and feedback is very important to enhance the productivity of any products. Profit outlook is definitely important. I would not focus here in many more. Product launching is very important factor. To launch any product, environment create is very important, especially in the first line manager and the medical representative. Internal environment and external environment is very important to launch any product. And at that time, information, educated field force, first line manager, it is very important. I know the medical representative or the first line manager can describe or detail any product. The product will take a good place in the market, and that time I have to be flexible and open to sense to connect the audience. And I just focused and just pursued my first line customer or my medical representative. The hottest product is not rather than hottest product is the single differentiate. Listen, my happy is single difference that it can take before and after meal. It is a single difference can make a brand huge differentiation. Marketing is not a battle of products, it's the battle of perception. So first of all, I have to analysis, I have to profile analysis of the prospect mind, then I have to positioning. Positioning is not to be better, positioning is just about to be different, I think. Field work by brand manager, it is very important task for a brand manager. Like field work must have to be specific. And is my strategy well done in the market? Is my product positioning are working with doctor fund? And identify the key issue. Why the doctor are prescribed and why not? Who is the best seller, who is the best not seller, and influence without authority. I have to influence my audience, like my first line manager and medical representative. If my first line manager and medical representative can be influenced, product will easily be brand. Like selling personality is much more important than selling skill and product knowledge. And enthusiasm, it's like a contagious. It can transfer from one person to another person, and it definitely transfer from the our first line manager representative to the doctor. So I have to care my first line manager and representative because they are the main hero to make a brand. The strength of the brand directly proportionate to the perception of the first line leader. So I always have to solve the problem of the first line leader. I always engage first line leader and try to solve what is the main problems of the first line leaders and medical representative, because brand leader, a brand leader has to find out what is the main problems of the field force, and spontaneously have to select, identify, and try to solve the problem very easily. It is the main task, I think. Collaboration work with the field force and prospect development. The another main task of a brand executive to prospect development. What is the prospect development? Prospect development means how many number I have to prescribe. I think I can categorize 3 or 4 types, like C category, B category, A category, and A star category. A star category means the doctor who prescribe if have any opportunity. He encourages to others to prescriptions. And my motto to make a huge number of A-star doctors to make my brand mega.
And so sorry, 𝗕𝗵𝗍 sir. This is the third time I'm interrupting you, and I'm feeling very sorry about it. And for the sake of the audience over here, and for the other speakers, and 𝗵𝗍𝗱 sir, can we have the limit of this presentation to now 2 minutes? Can we do that, please?
Okay.
This
sure,
is just
we will
for
do
our
it.
time, friends. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and finally, I want to focus patient-centric marketing. Patient-centric marketing is now no decision about me without me, because dexamethasone is a OTC product, so any type of patient can take this product from the market or any pharmacy. And most of the patients are now educated. They can easily search any types of disease and possible grant before the doctor's chamber. So I must engage to the patients. I want to patient awareness, patient helps, and help them. Patient-centric activity, always seminars with the patients and connect with the doctor and patients. This will make my brand in long-term achievement. This is the main text, I think, patient-centric marketing for the long-term vision of my products. Okay, every challenge needs to be a customized solutions. 𝗵𝗵𝗶𝗱 sir always pursued us. The challenge is different, so it needs a customized solutions. To make a brand's mega, it's definitely customized solution or customized service is very important. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, 𝗕𝗵𝗍 sir. I know that the PPT that we really need to hear that, but there are time constraints. I'm really sorry for that. And we will definitely want you some other time also on PharmaState Academy platform to have this session again. So later we are going on. What enlightening session it has been. I know there has been a lot of questions now, and the speakers have been waiting. And thank you for all the patience with all of you. So, a big thank you to all our speakers, the guest who has been here for all the time, and the lovely audience. Thank you for all the patience. Thank you, speakers, for sharing not just your expertise, but also your passion to the pharmaceutical industry in Bangladesh and even in the global market. A special thanks to our engaged audience for the thought-provoking questions all this time, and still we wrap up today, the 6th day of World Pharma Brand Managers Week. Let's carry forward the insights gained into our future endeavors. And with that, 𝗵𝗍𝗱 sir, I would like you to say a few words to everyone present here. You're on mute, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, 𝗪𝗱𝗲. Thank you very much. And after listening to the tremendous presentations from all of you, I think Bangladesh Pharmaceuticals is in the safe hands. The young people who are today presented probably will be the CEOs of tomorrow. At least they will rise to the position of directors. Like in India, look for a change. And I can tell you, even in Bangladesh, like in India, over a couple of years, the shift is going towards biopharmaceuticals. Focus on how you can build up biopharmaceutical products, how you can be patient-centric, and how can I be different? If you ask yourself, how can I be different? Then the question of being different from the others and building the brands becomes much easier. Am I different? Am I different? Because that beautiful slide which 𝗪𝗵𝗿 showed us, the first slide, 3 birds and one red colored bird standing out. This is what my brand should be like. So differentiate and you will be successful. Thank you very much, Shazia. Thank you very much, the entire loving audience from Bangladesh. My pronouns to all of you, my salutes to all of you. Khuda
Thank you. Thank you. Today marks the end of series of week-long World Pharma Brand Managers Week 2024. Thanks you, all of you. For those joining us in person at the physical event tomorrow at the other campus of IAS MCRC Mumbai, we look forward to hosting you. As we approach the end of this insightful event, we want to extend our sincere thanks to all our incredible speakers, attendees, and my dear co-host Marita, and apart from this, Sameer, for handling our moderation so well. Your participation has truly made the World Pharma Brand Managers Week a success. Thanks to all of the people who are there and who are not here but have been a part of the week-long process. Before we conclude, let's take a moment to watch a special thank you video to all of you. Can we have that, Sameer, please? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being a part of this online series. And so, this forms for a good night and have a great weekend tomorrow. Bye bye. This marks the end. We can end the session, Sameer. Anyone has to say something to us? Free feel to say.
I want to say thank you to Vivek sir, to Shazia, and to Marita for conducting this session wonderfully and keep giving me this opportunity. Special thanks to Vivek sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Niloy, to be here.
My
Thank
special
you.
thanks to Marita, who has come and spoken at short notice. She was hardly given a day's time. My salutes to you, Marita.
Yeah, thank you
sir.
so much.
Actually, it has been a privilege, and I am really grateful to you for this opportunity. And thank you, Ms. Shazia, for being a wonderful co-host. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Sameer, for handling things so smoothly at the back end.
Thank you so much. At Chitkara University, I've said thank you. It has been a wonderful 6 days for us as well. And for Ridwanul, thanks for the little one. So, yeah.
Can we say a few words? I'm
Yes,
from
yes,
Chitkara
sure.
University.
Yes,
I'm
please,
Professor
sir.
𝗕𝗵𝗿 speaking, and
Oh.
I am heading MBA Pharmaceutical Management. So it was wonderful for 6 days, and learning though I was not well. I could not participate in between, but then I was lying on bed, but I was listening very patiently to all the wonderful speakers, all the brand managers, and it was wonderful to listen to the brand buildings. Mr. 𝗪𝗃𝗄𝗯 had been my brand manager when I was with DRL. So I just want to say, I don't have words to pay thanks to all of you, the PharmaState Academy. Although I wish I could be there in Mumbai, for artificial intelligence in marketing.
Okay.
So that is my research subject also, which
Okay.
I'm pursuing my doctorate. But then I wish I could be there, but I hope somehow next in near future we may have a chance. My only request
Surely,
is
sir.
that please share the contact numbers and email IDs of the brand managers, all the speakers, those who have given their presentations, wonderful presentations.
Yeah.
Because in MBA Pharmaceutical Management, we do have a subject which is pharmaceutical product and brand management. And
Okay.
I have got many insights of that. So in our curriculum, we definitely would like to add few topics which are very interesting, especially the case studies.
Okay.
And you know what happened? I was down with fever, and today only I have recovered. And I have started taking 𝗃𝗿𝗃𝗃 from today. I said, let me take it for 10 days. Because that was a wonderful presentation. So it came to my mind, this is a wonderful vitamin with zinc. So let me have it in a period of convalescence. So
Great, sir.
all remember, I have spent more than 30 years in pharmaceutical industry and now into academics. So definitely, I would like that we should be partnered together in future. And
Sure.
we may have some of the speakers maybe invited to the campus, or maybe having
Okay.
some online sessions to make our students learn the nitty-gritty of brand management. So once again, a great program for 6 days. Thank you very much for having this program. It is not easy to have such a marathon program for 6 days and then having an offline program. So
True.
hats off to all of you, especially Vivek sir. And it was great listening to the stalwarts of the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you very much and congratulations. Please keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such words are keep our spirits high. And regarding everything that you have talked about the association, we will surely have PharmaState would like to have such session with Chitkara University in future. Apart from this, though you cannot come tomorrow for at the Dada campus, we will be having some summits in the future, maybe in the next month, and then you can surely can join us there on the same topic. So
Sure.
we will keep in touch with that part. And thank you everyone for being a part. This has been a great time, and it has been 7:43 here in India and 30 minutes after then in Bangladesh. So much thank you for all the things. And it has been a lovely session and a lovely marathon of 6 days. So, and see those who will be there in the physical event tomorrow, we can't wait to host you there. So, bye bye. This marks the end of the day. We can end the session, Samir. Thank you all. Thank you.